Olá, pessoal. Boa tarde. Como vocês estão? Quero convidá-los a se sentar e se aconchegar em nosso evento, que está prestes a começar. Eu não sou humano. Fui feito por inteligência artificial. Estou fazendo parte de um projeto muito legal aqui na CBA e me chamaram para vir dar as boas-vindas a vocês. Na CBA, estamos atuando para a transformação digital que deve impulsionar a inovação e facilitar um modo ágil de trabalho, descomplicando a experiência dos nossos clientes, aumento da produtividade das nossas operações e a geração de impacto positivo no ecossistema em que atuamos. Acreditamos que só vamos ter sucesso nesse movimento se fizermos juntos com nossos parceiros e parceiras. Por isso, eu convido vocês a embarcarem nessa jornada com a gente. Hoje a CBA reservou uma tarde cheia de informações, conteúdo e ideias diferenciadas só para vocês. Desejamos que aproveitem cada segundo desse evento e desfrutem de cada conhecimento aqui trocado. Passo a palavra para minha colega Roberta Russo a partir de agora. Roberta, é com você.
Roberta, up to you. Over to you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I loved this introduction. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to another Valuable Partnerships event from CBA. My name is Roberta Russo. I'm a journalist. Currently, I work at CNN Brazil. I used to work at Bend for 10 years, and I'm very happy to be here learning and following you through this journey as your MC today. Before we get started, I have a few housekeeping announcements. First, on safety, something that you know is negotiable for CBA. We have one emergency exit at the auditorium that is located in the back of the room. That's the emergency exit. So in case of anything happens, please remain calm and leave the venue. But I'm sure nothing is going to happen. It's a great pleasure to be part of a face-to-face event after so much time in isolation because of the pandemic. Events started to happening again, but it's different. An online event than a face-to-face one. Here we are closer together. We can share this moment. Nothing replaces the connection that we can build when we're close together. So thank you very much for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. This event is also being streamed online, so you can watch it online. We have a virtual audience following us as well. And welcome to everyone who is watching us from home or from wherever you are. We also have simultaneous translation to English. So those of you who are watching us online, you can select that option on Zoom. And for those of you who are here face to face, we also have translation headsets for those of you who wish to follow the event in English. Like you know, this event is fully focused to CBA events, but this is the first time that we can also bring our primary business and transform business clients. This is the main new thing for this event. And CBA understands that it is essential to have a single event with all of you together because you're all valuable clients. And this is where the motto of this event comes from. Valuable partnerships. CBA believes that the targets of our sustainability strategy inside our ESG agenda will only be reached with the participation of all the stakeholders. And for that, all of you who are here today are essential. Now, speaking a little bit about our agenda, we have a lot of content prepared to give you updates on the strategies of the company, on the status of our important projects, and the main events that took place throughout the year. There have been many. So this is going to be a day of a lot of opportunities for connection. And your participation is essential, so this is a more valuable opportunity for all of us. There will be a few Q&A sessions throughout the afternoon, so make sure you write down your questions that they will be answered live by our executives. We are going to have a very nice conversation with all your questions. And this is also true if you're watching us online. Make sure you send your questions to our speakers. You can send written questions using the chat functionality in the platform. because again, your participation and engagement is very important. So make sure you don't forget to write down any questions you might have during the presentations. So to start, let's watch a video that is going to summarize everything that has taken place since our IPO, a great milestone in the CBA history that has certainly impacted the evolution of the company in the past year. We were the first company in the aluminum industry to have stocks negotiated at B3. Timeline 2021. In July, the beginning of the negotiations of the stocks at no Mercado, the highest stock was handled at B3. And then in August 2021, we signed the contract for the acquisition of the wind farm in San Hotel and San Francisco. In October, we signed the contract for internalizing the management of all the assets and separation of the power. We launched the Aurora project of selected areas for reforestation, planting 13,000 seedlings in the pilot. In November, we signed a contract for the acquisition of Alux Brazil, entering the segment of secondary alloys. The first CBA day for investors, and we opened the side well online. Metalex 15,000 tons of capacity participated in COP26 on climate change. In December, we adhered to this TCFD on climate change. In February 2022, we acquired Alux. And in February, we started managing the energy assets by CBA, creating a directory for the energy business. We launched the Aurora brand with the second company. In April, we did a follow-on to cover the liquidity of the company. The personality of the year award in the mineral sector was handed to Ricardo Carvalho, CEO of CBA. In May, the approval of targets for reducing emissions based on science-based targets, adhesion to the movement Mission Net Zero, and we launched a movement called Digital. In June, we were recognized as the best at Exam ESG 2022 in the category mining, and in July, Alux Brazil, we received an award for best suppliers at Honda Manaus and the category diamond, and we did Dialogue CBA on our ESG agenda. Ricardo Carvalho was the spokesperson of DS17 in the UN Global Compact, and we sold the nickel refinery in something else on the side. In July, Alux Brazil received. In August, we issued our first carbon credit in this round, and in September, we restarted the Block 3 in line with the growth strategy of CBA. We have advanced in new projects like the Re-AI project, implementation approved and currently being contracted, and the project of drying residue. The works are being concluded, and the startup is in 2024. We are very proud of our accomplishment after 1 year of IPO, and together we will continue our history of success. So many events in a single year. That's excellent. So after this video, we are officially opening our meeting, and I would like to invite onto stage the CEO of CBA, Mr. Ricardo Carvalho. Mr. Ricardo, the floor is yours. Can you guys hear me? Thank you, Renata, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all of you here with us today, and it's also a pleasure to have everyone who is watching us from home with us. What I wanted to do is to say thank you for being our clients. It's because of you that everything that we just showed can happen. It's with you. You are the ones that truly support us, so we are able to do more. And valuable partnerships, which is the name of this annual meeting that we have, is a perfect name for this event, because that is what we are always looking for in the relationships we have with you, with all our stakeholders, but especially you, our clients. So I'll do a quick introduction. That I wanted to say before my quick introduction is that Everything that will be presented today for you is to share what we have been doing, but especially to also invite you to be our partners, whether in projects that we are already doing that could help you, or in things that you are doing that could help us. Today, we live in a world with major expectations coming from society and with major needs for a fast evolution coming from the planet. We need to change fast. And changes will only take place with cooperation. If companies, governments, individuals are truly committed with this perspective that number one, this is a necessary change, and then start making actions in order to make that happen. No one in isolation can change the world. We need cooperation for that. So I would like to invite you to watch the presentations. And if you see an opportunity of interaction, regardless of the direction of this interaction, we would like to welcome you because this is what we need for fast change in the world today. So the CBA strategy in a nutshell, in a quick summary, this first slide that you see here is a slide that's a little bit busy with information, but on the top part, you have our aspiration. I like to highlight the middle one. Our clients see us as a reliable company that establishes valuable partnerships. Again, the title of today's meeting, this is part of our aspiration, and that's what we value the most. On the left-hand side, you see the pillars of our culture. On the right-hand side, our values that guide us and that determine how we are going to act every day. And in the middle, our four strategic pillars to summarize our strategy, which is accelerating growth, strengthening our competitiveness, potentializing innovations and partnerships, and consolidating our position as a benchmark for ESG. And in the middle, our purpose, aluminum solutions that transform lives. So within that purpose, there are a number of meanings inside our organizations that represent it. So, speaking of the four pillars, the main advancements that we have made in 2022 when it comes to accelerating growth, we have performed the acquisition of Alux do Brazil, like you saw in the video. And with that, we entered in the production of secondary alloys within that aspiration of improving our work in aluminum recycling. We have anticipating the restart of Pot Room 3. We had anticipated to do the Pot Room 3 in 2023, and we're able to do that in 2022. And we have increased capacity at Metalex, like you saw in the video, with a new pot line that was installed that increased our capacity from 75,000 tons to more than 90,000 tons a year. When it comes to strengthening our competitiveness, we are still at the first quartile of cost. Our operation is fully integrated from mining until to final products and road products. This gives us a lot of competitiveness and a level of we are become more robust. So even in difficult moments like right now with a lot of inflation, we can remain at the first quarter. Modernization projects that were announced in the IPO have been approved and are currently being executed. And these projects affect a lot our competitiveness, of course, on the positive side. Our green gas house emissions have moved 2.56 versus 2.66 in 2020. So it's 5 times below the world average. So we can produce what is considered in the world to be low carbon aluminum. And of course, the acknowledgement from our clients in the market. Now, the last two pillars of our strategy, the third one, potentialize innovations and partnerships. We have a partnership with Gerdau to leverage the collection of aluminum scraps. Gerdau is the benchmark for iron scrap in Brazil. And now we have a partnership with them to improve our work with scrap. We have new developments ongoing, like supporting batteries for electric vehicles, slabs for ion lithium batteries, and aluminum powder for additive manufacture. This is more for the long term, the first two in the short and medium terms. We have the digital movement that Varela will give you more details about. We have advance in the real project for the recycling of aseptic packaging. And of course, we continue, and this is a continuous movement, we continue to have partnerships with all of you, our clients, in order to provide solutions and services. This is what we have adopted and something that we want to continue with you. And want to consolidate our position in ESG, a benchmark in ESG, the fourth pillar, we have adhered to the net zero ambition movement. We have received awards by Exame. I had the opportunity of being the spokesperson of SDS 17 on the day of the Brazil had on the UN Global Compact, a day of discussions on the possibilities that we have for evolution and cooperation. The SDG 17, I apologize, is the SDG focusing on partnerships and implementation. And I reinforced that in the beginning of my talk today. Emission the emission of the first carbon credit of the Cerrado. We are pioneers in the Cerrado region, which means that we have made all the technical and scientific development that is necessary for that. And from now on, every landowner in the Cerrado that does not want to deforestate legally can gain carbon credits. This is an incentive for them not to deforest. It is this possibility in the Cerrado. It exists in the Amazon, but we were the first ones to bring it to the Cerrado. We have made advancements in the number of women in our labor force, 21% versus 17 in 2021, 21% in leadership positions, and 16.7 in total. And 100% of our strategic suppliers have been certified in our sustainable development program, something that we will detail more later on, because this is not only a new area for us, it's something that's relatively new in the market as a whole. So we are learning a lot and we have a lot to share with you so we can work together. Having said that, I conclude my brief introduction and the official opening of this event. And I would like to invite Renata back on stage to continue with our agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ricardo, for your presentation, for giving us an overview. But let's move forward. And now let's have the first two presentations of this meeting. I would like to remind you that after the second presentation, there will be a Q&A session with all the executives. So make sure you prepare your questions, your comments, and topics that you wish to discuss. To start, we are going to talk about the main initiatives in the year for primary products. And to present on that topic, I would like to invite a couple of experts on stage. Alexandre Viana, Director of Primary Business, and José Silan, the General Manager, Commercial Manager for Primary Business. Welcome, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here together with our clients, together with our colleagues at CBA. And I also would like to say thank you for everyone who is watching us virtually, everyone who is watching us online. Our idea is to talk a little bit about strategy and what we have in terms of investments in the primary. Oh, what is primary first? This slide shows the whole production chain for aluminum that starts with mining, the alumina refinery that transforms bauxite in aluminum oxide, and then the pot rooms that transform alumina in casted aluminum. And then we have the plastic transformation that creates other types of products. So the primary area goes until the transformation in casting area. Transformation is managed by a different directory, and we have two companies dedicated to recycling. Vitalex, which is a company that recycles for the production of billets, and Alex, that mentioned by Ricardo, our last acquisition this year, which is the first time that we acquire a company that manufactures secondary alloys. So this is our primary area, and this is our strategy. So as a consequence of the strategy that Ricardo presented, what are the three main guidelines that we have in this strategy? First, we want to strengthen the CBA positioning as a low carbon aluminum producer at a competitive cost. As Ricardo said, and as I'm going to show you later on, we are at the first quartile of the industry, both in terms of costs as well as in CO2 emissions. The second guidance is to keep the leadership in the Brazilian primary aluminum market with excellence pre and post sale services. We are the leading roles we play the leading role in aluminum products, and we don't only want to offer good quality products as we already do, but we want to offer excellency in the pre and post sale processes. And the third guidance, managing the environmental impact from our operations within our ESG strategy. Our intention is that after every year, we have less environmental impact being generated by our operations. The main initiatives in our pipeline, we're going to discuss a couple of them, are the increase in production via recycling, the dry staking, modernization of the pot rooms technology, and we are going to work on pot rooms 1 and 3. Thank you, Alexandre. Good afternoon, clients, everyone who is here with us. We have around 130 people, our first hybrid event. We also have people watching us online, about 50 clients with us online, special guests. I would like to highlight Janaína, the president of BAU. She's somewhere here. I don't know where she is. There she is. And our colleagues from CBA. On this slide, I would like to give you an overview because, again, we have different segments in the market here. We have external clients that are watching us online, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the Brazilian market for aluminium, the demand that we have. There has been a very small growth of 4% between 2019 and 2022. And this small growth of only 4% is the same when we go back to 2013. So since 2013, before the Olympic Games until today, Brazil grew 4% in the demand for aluminium, which shows the size of the opportunity that the aluminium transformative chain has to increase penetration in this market. And this level of growth, I would like to highlight the packaging segment that grew 8%. It is the most dynamic segment in the Brazilian market, especially aluminum cans. On the other side, I talk about imports. It's important to show that because there has been a huge change taking place both this year and next year. After a few years, Brazil is no longer a net importer, and we are again exporting metal. This is a reason for us to celebrate as an industry. We are exporting bauxite, aluminum, and now we are also competitive in terms of energy. And that shows the evolution of imports that grew 52% from 2019 to 2021. And this year, the drop has been 46%. Our production this year is around 1.3 million tons, which is the same production that we had in 2013. But 2019, Brazil produced 650,000 tons, half of that. So we are really going back. And that is going to give us more competitiveness to the Brazilian industry as a whole, especially right now with the high costs of ocean freights, with the ports being very busy, etc., etc. Now, talking a little bit about our aspirations, CBA is the market leader, and we want to keep that position with excellency in pre and post sales. I'll share a second slide with our customer satisfaction survey that confirms this aspiration, which is also a challenge for us to keep. Valuable partnerships, it's not by chance that this is the name of the event. Our driver is shared value. This is what moves us, and this is what supports long-term relationships. We want to consolidate the market share for billets. We started exporting billets during the pandemic. It's a CBA billet that is really well received in the European market because of the low carbon footprint. So we have projects of expanding our capacity, reaching global scale, more competitive costs, and keeping that in export. And the other challenge, Brazil didn't work in the automotive industry in capital goods and customized alloys. And we have acquired the best company of secondary alloys in the market, located in the city of Nova Odessa, close to Campinas, Alex. And we're very excited, not only because of the assets and the clients. We have Honda Motors, which is one of the major clients we have. Thank you for coming, by the way. But we are also excited about developing new alloys and applications. There's a great expertise in casting and in steelwork, and a leading role again in the rebar market with the special alloys. So the slide is to show what Ricardo said initially, and he talks about the distribution of our carbon footprint for everyone in the world, and the carbon footprint is regarding to scope 1 and scope 2. So the energy and the smelter itself. So you can see that the average of the industry is 13. The first quartile is below 2.7, and we are at 2.56. So, and by the way, the low carbon aluminum is considered anything below 4. So 100% of our aluminum production is called a green aluminum. It's very important to highlight that very recently we were in a conference in the city of Barcelona, and we had meetings with different aluminum traders. And every time we sat down at a meeting, there was always a first question that they asked: "What's your carbon footprint?" That's how the meeting ever always started. So that's why we believe that this is going to gain importance more and more. And there was a second question about the elections in Brazil. That was always the second question. But we wouldn't answer that one, right? And at the time, we said that the most important thing in Brazil, or the topic of the moment, was not actually was the World Cup. And it would be a tragedy losing the World Cup. That would be a real tragedy. The slides also show that our billet, the CBA and the Metalex billet, has scrap in their composition. And of course, the carbon footprint for scrap is very low. And we're going to show later on that we have a project for increasing the quantity of scrap at Metalex, which will make our billet the global benchmark for carbon footprint. That's what I'm going to show you later on. A few projects. We have basically 3 project lines. The first one to increase production, which is the utilization of pot rooms, because at the time we were selling energy, because at the time we were making more money selling energy than producing aluminum, and we are already using pot room number 3 again, and pot room 1 will be resumed in 2025. For modernization and ESG initiatives, we also have 2 important initiatives taking place: the modernization of the technologies that we use in our pot rooms. We have installed quant feeder in our electrolyte pot lights. So not only less consumption, but also a lower carbon footprint. And the dry staking, I'll give you more details later on, which is a new way to dispose the residues coming from the refineries. And finally, growth in recycling, something that has been already discussed with this Metalex, the sidewell pot line, which is used for recycling. It has been concluded, and that increased our capacity from 75 to 90,000. And the scrap treatment line that we're going to show later on exactly how it's going to work, that will start operating in 2023, next year. And finally, the expansion and modernization of Alex, because even though we have only acquired the company for 10 months, we have in our 5-year plan what we plan to do to expand and modernize this company as well. Here you see a first slide on the main projects in aluminum. We're talking about investments of around 1 billion rios. Pot room 3 is already functioning the first quarter of 2022. And for you to do aluminum, for you to increase production, for CBA to have that, you need alumina to deliver the 440,000 tons. And for alumina, we have an upgrade project in our refinery, which is the liquor purification project that will increase the capacity of production from 800,000 tons a year for 1,100,000. So with that, we would be able to use pot room 1 again. 30,000 tons are already operating since the beginning of the second half of the year, with all the pot lines on pot room 1. That's going to happen in 2025. Here's some pictures of the celebration that we had in August 17th, 2022, with the presence of my dear colleagues. The whole board was there, present, plus the team that works in the pot rooms. A moment that we celebrated the day in which all the pot lines in pot room 3 resumed operation. The next topic is dry staking. And what is that? We have in our refineries a type of residue called red mud. And it leaves the process with 50% of moist, and it's taken to a dam, which is what you see here. This project is going to install filters, press filters. And instead of leaving the refinery with 50% of humidity, it will leave with 25%. And through that modification, instead of doing the traditional disposal in a dam, we will be able to pile or to stack them inside the dam. And with that, you decrease the amount of water inside the dam. And on the other side, you increase the lifespan of the dam in almost 20 years. And now, I would like to play a quick video so we understand exactly how this is going to take place. So this is a picture of our current dam, and on the top, a design of how this filter, this press filter, will work. We have three stacks, so 3 press filters, because the previous project process is continuous. This is not, so we need 3 filters to operate. Here you see the industrial area, the different stacks, and the waste. And here we see the 3 filters in line. You can see them now. Once again, an overview on the facilities. And here we see the way this residue or this waste will be transported to the disposal location. This is going to be done by truck. Here you see the dam, and we're going to see exactly how this is going to work throughout the 20 years. What is going to happen in these 20 years? So you see the tractor loading the truck, and the truck takes it to the dam. This is the current scenario for the dam. So there will be different stages. All of them are the same. So the first stage, first we place the filtered waste on this area, and then we place sand. Sand is also a residue from the alumina process. And then we drain horizontally, so the water is drained to the edge of the dam, and then the pile or the stack of filtered residue. The same thing happens on the second stage, the same process, exactly the same mechanism is used. And the last stage, also the same process. Here you see the stacking, the dry stacking. With that, we are going to get much more volume. Again, we are talking about a time frame that goes up to 2042 with this dam. And in the end, show you how we are going to discontinuate the use of this dam. Place the soil, reforesting, and this is how our dam is going to look like in the end. And then later, since now we have dry residue, we no longer need a dam for the stacking. You can do that in a field with, of course, with the right controls, but you no longer need water, don't have water, so we no longer need dams. And here in the slide, you see the pictures of the current state of the works. We are quite advanced, so in 2024, everything is up and running. Our next project is to increase the additional production of aluminum from recycling with a capex of around 115 million reals. And the first stage has already happened last year, which was the installation of the sidewall pot line. And next year, there will be this new recycling line, which is the state of the art in terms of technology that will allow us to increase the rate of scrap in our Metalex aluminum, which today is 60%, and it will go up to 80%. On the other hand, that will also allow us to use at Metalex our dirty scrap, as we call it, which is much cheaper. That will favor you, our clients, because you will have the opportunity of acquiring a cheaper scrap that will be processed by us for you. And at the same time, when we increase the rate of scrap in our billet, we will be able to have a mix between the sale of billet and the tolling, much more favorable for you as well. So this is the main goal behind this project. And again, another quick video to show how this new line will work. It's a line that was acquired using international state-of-the-art equipment when it comes to recycling. This is our Metalex plant. On the top part, you see a piece of land that was also acquired by Metalex, where we are making some adaptations to fit this increase in the recycling. Now you're going to see a 3D model of our recycling line. So we'll be able to get both pressed and bulk recycling material, and then this piece of equipment will place it in the first shredder that shreds the scrap down to a certain side, and it goes through a second shredder to release all the particles. And then we have a magnetic separator to eliminate any contamination by iron. And this piece of equipment will separate everything that is not metal. Then we go on this part, and either we're going to separate this to send the scrap to send to Alex or CBA, or we send to this equipment with a decoder that removes coating, paints, grass, and it goes to our sidewall pot line that was installed last year. And of course, with all the environmental adjustments. So this is how a recycling line will work as of next year. And here you see a few pictures showing how the construction is right now. The two pictures that you see here in the center of the slide are pictures of the new piece of land owned by Metalex. So part of it will be dedicated for stocking scrap and products. And in the place of this warehouse, there will be a separation center for scrap, and we'll be able to send scrap for Metalex, for Alex, or for CBA. And on the other two pictures, you see the Metalex picture as it is at the moment. That's how we are going to reach this goal. Hello? Well, we have already covered Alex, the company that was acquired in January. CBA is really fast, like Alexandre said. And after the acquisition, we are really capable in skilled in bringing the assets to CBA. We have more than 418 initiatives that were delivered up until day 100. And on the next slide, you will be able to see what is going to happen in the short and midterms. Alex, like I mentioned before, is the company that manufactures secondary alloys for the automotive sector, which has a very great synergy with the primary sector. One example of that is Maxus. And Alex recovers the residues of the process. This is one example of synergy that we have. The acquisition took place in January, and we have already mapped and we have the possibility of growing from 27 to 34,000 tons with major advancements in safety, operational efficiency, and equipment, in maintenance, and a full technological improvement pipeline as well, and a few examples of the initiatives that took place during the integration. Here, I would like to say a few words on the satisfaction survey that we did in 2021. We already had a level of excellence of 8.0, and we not only capped that level, we were able to increase the level of satisfaction to 8.8, which put us in the top 9 according to SACS Brazil in terms of customer satisfaction. I would like to thank you all for participating on the survey because we have had a higher number of respondees. This is very important for the development of our programs and our continuous improvement DNA. So all the criticisms, all the suggestions are truly welcome because they are incentives for us to improve. I would like to highlight a few positive things that were mentioned because our clients talked about partnership, a long-term relationship, the generation of value. So we are really proud to hear all that. And the fact that CBA is verticalized from the mining until the foil, the aluminum foil, and now with recycling that allows us to save the mining because again you're using scrap, post-consumption scrap, that will have a major impact in our carbon footprint in all the CBA products. And it is also a technology that provides more metallic yield, so the level of companies that act in the market, CBA will be able to drive them forward. So the majority of the clients that you see here are present at this event, and we had meetings at CBA, meetings at clients, everything taking place this year after the pandemic as well, in which we had restrictions. I just would like to register how pleased we are to have this type of relationship and learnings with all of you. Like Ricardo said, we learn a lot from your clients, and everyone in the corporate office supplies. There will be a presentation by Rosalie in a few moments over the certification of suppliers, because we look at the whole chain. So that generates value.
Now we'll have a few surprises, especially at the end. But I want to thank you all for your participation and presence here online and in person. It's one of our hybrid, first editions of a hybrid event, and this is here to stay. And having these partners together is really demonstrating that we are a single CBA. Thank you very much. So thank you so much. I want to pass on the floor to Renata, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much, Biana and Silon, for your presentations with such great content. So are you guys enjoying? You can answer me, okay? Well, after we got to know some of these initiatives for the customers, now we're going to take a look at the main initiatives for customers of transformed products. So after this, we'll have a Q&A And if you're online with us, you can send your questions by chat. You can write them down, and everyone's participation is very important um, for the Q&A session here. So before we get into this, to talk about this topic, we're going to have the person who most understands this topic. We have Fabiano, the commercial manager for processed goods, and Fernando Varela also for the transformed goods. Fernando, we'll start with you on the stage. Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Roberta. It's a pleasure to be with you guys here. Great to see this house full. And after the pandemic, this area didn't organize any other event or meeting. So being able to see customers and friends is really a reason for a lot of pride. We know that transportation is not easy, and there's a lot of competition. Formula One, other events like Fenatran, and other events that are very important. So we just want to thank you all for choosing to be here today with us. And I want to say that I'm also quite interested in knowing what are our processes with so um about the processed goods, I wanted to cover a bit of the strategic process, and then we'll get into Fabiano so we can cover a few of the categories of how we've been operating based on all these different categories. So basically, as a strategy, we have the ambition of always growing um, with the modernization and expansions whenever necessary. We had the acquisition of Itapsuma. This was very important for our strategic positioning in transformed goods. And we can continue to look at opportunities for expansion and growth in areas where we need to bring in a bigger volume. So we still have a lot of capacity, available capacity to be able to grow and monitor this growth in these new customers. But of course, we also have major opportunities to work with the national market and the international market. So this is part of our strategic pillar, and not only growth, but modernization of all of our assets and equipment so that more and more we can really deliver a higher level of quality. For us, quality is something that's intrinsic to our products, and we always want to be a step ahead of our competitors. Another pillar that's very strategic for us is the experience with our customers. So this is something we've been working on strongly. We also were happy with this survey, and Fabian will talk about some attitudes and initiatives we're going to be promoting throughout these next years. But more and more, we want to improve this experience and facilitate experience and interaction between companies so that this can flow in a quicker way using artificial intelligence and concepts that can help improve this. So within our categories, we operate with different sectors. And so we have transportation, auto, agribusiness, civil construction, resale, packaging, and we really need to provide unique and strategic service levels to all of these sectors. So um, this is how we can deliver more than 20,000 SKUs to over 350 customers. So we have an ambition of creating and co-creating with our customers, bringing in more solutions and services, parts, components. Today, within our revenue, we have basically 15% of our sales going to products that were co-created. So um, where both are creating a win-win scenario and better value that we can bring to all of our customers, and then they can provide to their consumers. So we're going to intensify this more and more. We have a center for services and solutions in our aluminum plant and also in the south of Brazil, meeting the needs at this moment. We're strongly working in the environmental front with ESG. That's part of our DNA. We saw this clearly in Ricardo's presentation as well with primary goods and showing all of the opportunities with a very low carbon footprint. And within processed products, we're going to improve this carbon footprint with so that we can also reduce weight and reduce the competitiveness in some sectors, and also work with some concepts that we consider necessary. So increasing recycling, bringing in a post-consumption project for packaging, and of course bring in more content of recycled goods, scraps into the factory to be able to utilize this in the entire supply chain. We're also working with the re-innovation as a pillar that's very strategic from now on, where we can bring in better quality intrinsically. We can improve processes, bring in more safety and security to our operators, and of course, looking at opportunities for growth in all the business. So we also bring in this concept of looking at this um, where we're going to have to where this is headed, the manufacturing process, if we want to be a pioneer in this process, if we want to work with the printing of these parts and how we're going to prepare for this new world with the 3D printers. And so with this, we plan to work with the customers in Brazil, South America, North America, and if we have room and capacity, we would like to also service some markets that contact us going after new products without, of course, abandoning the customers that we've been working and we've been partnering with for so many years. Now, over the years, this is a pathway of the evolution we've had that's really been pushed by the processed product segment that was supporting CBA. But this demonstrates we have a lot of growth. We have expansions in extrusion and certifications, IEATF certifications with certain segments, the creation of a service and solution center, the launch of the Primora line that's so necessary and important for the civil construction. All of this involves improvements to be able to have greater closeness with our customers and meet the needs and trends in the market. We're going to continue to find alternatives and solutions so that we can always grow in this area. And Itapisuma, very important to look at the logistics with two factories in very different areas. Ever since our acquisition, we already performed an investment for the modernization, representing about 50 million reais. We want to really have excellence in quality, and this is necessary in both production plants and all the investments necessary that can be made that we can work on throughout time. We'll continue to invest in with the modernizations, expansions, and improvements in quality. So this is just the beginning, and of course there are still more uh, opportunities, and depending on how the economy and business scenario is, we'll continue to grow on this front. So we want to have this diversified portfolio, optimizing our assets and servicing our customers better. Um, when it comes to innovation and digital, we have been going through this journey for a few years with CBA, and this year we decided to intensify this with the structure that's necessary to more and more bring in more concepts and methods for work, attracting new customers, and bring in more proximity. So these are some different initiatives. We have virtual trainings. We have artificial intelligence in the pot lines. We have a plan as well that has been worked on by our team. We have work being done in the maintenance front with scraps, where we have better selection. All of these are initiatives that were necessary, and they'll bring in gains in the entire supply chain, and will finally reach our customers. So we've been recognized in different awards, and very recently we received an award, which for us was super important. And we had Accenture and Cabral working on this assessment, and this is the control we work on with our at our plant, where we connect all of our products and production to the assets, and we have the optimization of our entire process. We can monitor some of the defects more, work upon these, and thus search for solutions so that this does not repeat itself. So it's practically a control plant where you can see through this design, and you can use it in a very interactive manner. So you can bring in and look at each equipment and search for the connectivity provided in each phase of the process. And that's where we can really improve and monitor more indicators that are going to be important to help our products be more competitive and have better quality at the end of the day for you. So another interesting example for innovation connected to ESG. We already have one of the best carbon footprints in aluminum foil, and we have this average of our products when we add both factories. So we're already below 5, and now we have this project called the Real Recycling Aluminum, which is the recycling of aluminum. And this is where we are investing over time to be able to, by the end of next year, have a production plant that is really going to be recycling post-consumption packaging that are acceptable. And with this, we'll have a level of recycling and really improve the reverse logistics. So this is an important investment for us, very strong. And with this, we hope to more and more bring in proximity with our customers, and that they can be more convinced that there and then uh, aluminum, if you have multi-level problem, we can work together, and aluminum will always be the best source for packaging, for protection, food safety, for the products, and our main um, project. So with this, I'm passing the floor on to Fabiano. He's going to continue the analysis of our process products. He's going to talk about segmentation, customers, and how to improve this level of service, okay, which is incredible. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations on the presentation. The bar is pretty high, and I was considered the expert in the market so far. So, anyways, thank you all for being here, dear clients, partners, many known faces that we see in our day-to-day activities, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you guys today and being our customers and choosing CBA as a supplier. We have been operating in different segments. So, 4 major segments. First, industrial, which includes transportation, auto, agribusiness, consumer goods, and the electrical industry, where most of this performance is really focusing on solutions and services going beyond just the product that we manufacture in our production plants, but really provide an advanced solution and something that can improve these attributes and competitive advantages amidst this environment you're in. So um, we'll have some aluminum foil, we have some examples with project management, and we need to guarantee the quality of this product in a very controlled management process and provide to you foil that can be comparable with some of the best foil internationally. And so now we've been reaching this very close to the levels internationally, and that can guarantee the product that's being produced with this foil, considering food security as well, that Barala mentioned. So this is also a major issue consider an offering or a supply for the market with and I'm going to talk about some of these points. The third market is civil construction, which is a market we're going to be returning to after a few years, being distant from it. And we see an opportunity of working with our customers in a systemic manner, but also working in part of the market that's very relevant with our entry into this process, really endorsed by all of CBA's leadership. So finally, we have another point that's really important, which is this extension of our sales force, our distributors, and our resellers. And this really makes our product reach all of the segments and customers in every geographic region, with all of the different sizes of consumption. We really need to have this channel to make aluminum penetrate all of these different applications. So this is all fundamental to our business. This is our business is guided by you, and this has been an incredible journey ever since the moment when we chose these different segments and methods for work, and the disclosure you've and availability you've given us to be close to you, get to know your business, and really set up a plan of how CBA can be positioned as a supplier that really helps each customer obtain and achieve its strategy and really be prosperous. So it's a cultural evolution through a major process we've gone through in the past years. And within this, having customers as the guiding direction for all of our initiatives. So all the improvement processes are really based on these four pillars: resources, processes, people, and systems. Systems are always last, which are normally the ones that at the end of the day need to be systematically structured and optimized with everything you presented before. And we always need to have our actions and our focus really focused on the level of service, because once again we have different positive feedbacks as well with this proximity and the way CBA has always positioned itself in the market, but we still have a journey of improvements when it comes to quality and productivity, improving communication, and we have been able to plan ourselves, and this process requires a fluidness that will allow us to service you in the best way. So there's a lot of things going on, and now it's a journey for ongoing improvement. Um, of course, all of this customer service area needs to be available, and understanding your needs. We have to be a bridge for the entire operation, and this operation includes many different areas. And of course, this needs to be very connected to these objectives, working with the customer needs. The OTIFs are close to 100%, and we need to do this in a very agile manner. So, in a post-sales structure that can help you to work with these different situations in the day-to-day activities and really help you be proactive with the utilization of our product, and the commercial structure also that needs to be very much present, looking at the mid and long term, looking at the future and the products for development of new products, how at the long run, together with a good level of quality, we can grow and conquer the market. Um, and downstream is led by you, and believe it or not, it's an organization that did not have a collective target, um, which could really guide the whole organization to this level of service. So the OTIF is not new; it's a means to really have the entire organization in line with level of service that you expect. Um, and to be able to have this OTIF going up, we had to restructure all of our order to cash process, and um, eliminate all of the unnecessary phases, simplifying what's possible to simplify, and make a process that is a lot more direct and related to this connection that can eliminate any kind of additional noise. Finally, when we're looking up ahead, now that we've organized this process, we know there's a journey that's still ready up ahead, and we need to structure this into systems with the necessary tools so we can be more efficient and automate this as much as possible, providing to you a level of service and anticipation of the information that we need to grow on together. And so the industrial segment I've talked about. But the main difference in our level of service compared to what it was before is we developed these products for processed goods, and now we've been dedicating ourselves to develop solutions. So this is maturing over time, and once again, we're going to get into this cultural shift and a change in profile of people to be able to service you, training these people and managing projects and developing products. So we have specialists that understand not only the products but the processes and other kind of services we provided and added on, and the know-how. We really need to add the know-how we have regarding aluminum and the know-how of the products you produce. Obviously, the methodology needs to be agile. We need to Um, this is a design thinking example. We need very quick with the prototypes, developing and correcting whatever went wrong, and finally reach a final product that's adequate. And last but not least, processes that can help us do this. So simulating this with some drills and create some adequate products without necessarily needing to invest in a physical product, so a 3D printer that can help us, um, or even whatever we invest in over time, it can concentrate service and solution center where we can produce most of our processes, drilling, cuts, processing, milling, etc. So now we have a short video with an example we've had in our shared service center that's with the development of a solution that we developed. Customized solution. In Caxias do Sul, top cutting edge technology. Co-engineering. Ensured quality. Partnership with the customers for developing parts and pieces. Stocks that allow you to have greater speed in delivery. We innovate with solutions that are more sustainable for our partners. Aluminum solutions that transform lives, CBA. This is a very interesting project that we have been working on. So we developed this together with Marco Polo, and there was a business problem which they called us as aluminum specialists, and it was a project that took a long time between attempts and different tests, and finally that led to aluminum sealing for their buses that was used to be made in fiber. So it solved a series of technical limitations with different issues, and they had to fulfill some requirements with water infiltration. But there's also an ESG attribute that's huge, which is eliminating glass fiber from their buses. So they have a product and a service and attributes that are ESG oriented, right? So we were also at Fenatram, and I was at a few different editions of Fenatran ever since this started, and it's quite impressive to see when we look at the aluminum present. We see that we were able to develop a solution. It was a fair that maybe 10 years ago we had a predominance of steel and other materials, but now aluminum already took on its space, and this changed how we position ourselves. So the second segment is packaging. So we have to have a extremely top quality product. And this is a fruit of many different initiatives we had in our operation ever since the beginning with the processing of this process, with most of the quality attributes in our product, with all of the processes. They say you have to control oil, oil, and oil. And so we have to have an important control in our processes to have extremely good quality lamination and foils, but also the connectivity between processes and intelligence between different machines and equipment needs to quickly solve any issues that take place from one machine to another. A machine needs to correct what was done wrong by the previous machine or something like that. And that's really in line with the control room that we presented before by Varela. So to be able to optimize the product portfolio, we had some important work being done in the past 2 years because the kiln demand grew a lot for the pot lines, and you helped us a lot to bring in solutions for products and modifications and width, etc., to be able to maximize our output and then service you guys better. Up ahead, this is probably one of the major discussions. We need to continuously improve this quality, and we need to continuously think about how we can provide more availability to you through incremental investments and other studies we're working on. So, of course, foils have more secured applications, but we can guarantee other new developments and segments that are going to be arriving, the capsule, coffee markets, pet food, etc., and even the batteries. And so we have to really keep our eyes open to the mid to long term and other innovations and implementations. So count on us if you need to develop anything else new in this direction. We're ready to work with you. So here's another example I presented with many investments connected to making the processes more robust and have better quality. All of the process controls focused on this investment, about 9 million we had to be able to have a high quality oil, recovering the oil we use in the process, and all of the investments made as well to be able to have excellent quality, among many other points. Then we have civil construction. It's a market that we've already worked in the past. I think if you know about this, we left this segment after a certain point in time, and we still working with some system customers in a standardized or non-standardized manner. But eventually, we stopped working in the civil construction. But now the market is asking us to come back and to really be a solid, robust player in the market supporting civil construction. So with this, we assessed where we could work on this new segment. We developed some product lines. We launched these officially. We call them the Primora systems. With different niches in this market. So it's what we call the building systems market, where major commercial construction projects require a lot of engineering, and this is a technical solution also, and of course traditional windows and doors and other products. So we have this complete product line, and we're using all of our assets and a lot of the painting, extrusion segments as well, and resources. And we're relearning how to operate in this market, because we know it's an extremely needy OTIF market, and a lot of our customers gave us feedback about our entry, and we are very proud to implement this to be able to work in extremely high quality civil construction projects. So we have our resale partners. We need you guys, and you guys take aluminum to places we can't reach. And our obligation is to service you with the necessary availability and transparency, with a price policy that can guarantee CBA's participation in indirect sales and direct sales with the minimum conflicts possible, prioritizing partners that can work with the different regions in such a big country like Brazil, with their strategies, with a geographic footprint, and and we need both and some partners to be able to make sure aluminum reaches different places. So also when it comes to developing products in specific segments and specialties that we can't service on our own. So this partnership is so important. We are an extension of each other. We're not competing, and we need to always have this certainty that we're working on the same objective and playing the same game. And of course, we want to fight the imported material that comes in here and from other sources. And we want to guarantee that we can gain more and more a share in this front. So when it comes to this, that's the main message. So we have aluminum solutions that really help transform lives. I hope you enjoyed watching this presentation. Thank you, Fabiano. Now I'd ask you to please remain on the stage with us, and I'll invite José Silon for Q&A, Alexandre Viana, and Fernando Varela. Everyone can come back here to the screen, to the stage, so that we can start with our Q&A session, okay? Questions from the audience? live, and also people that are online can send their questions by chat. We have been receiving the questions here, and I'll submit them to you as well. The 4 members that are on our stage, does anyone want to start with a question here at the audience? We'll take you the microphone. Okay, here we have one question here. Now, so hi, this is from, I'm from Embalagens Diadema, and congratulations on everything you're achieving in the past years. I think the last few years were very challenging for you, but I have a question about ESG. So when you mention ESG, you talk about the E a lot, but I wanted to know a little more about the S and the G. I can start off with this, and I think Ricardo can also contribute. Josely will also help with this, with these examples. Andressa also conducts this important area, but we talk about the E a lot because we are really focusing on the relationship of what we're doing in regards to our product specifically, but we also, you'll see a little more throughout the end of the day, but there's an important part which is, for example, the protection of the dam with the recovery, for example, bringing in not only environmental aspects, but also all of the work where you're closer to society and you're helping to contribute to the communities in the surrounding region. So there's a big concern of the company when it comes to social matters wherever we're present. And when it comes to governance, for example, with all of the compliance rules, we maybe didn't discuss this too much. Thank you for the question. But the fact that we are publicly held and really did this in record timing demonstrates that all of the governance requirements in the company are quite solid. And this was the basis for us to be able to go public in such a short notice. So I want to thank you so much for this question. I think that throughout the day today, you'll be able to see a few more initiatives we're working on also in the rest of the ESG fronts. And within S, I just want to add one point here where the emphasis is really big, especially for mining in primary products. But we have a social liability program that's very robust. There's the Votorantim Institute that coordinates and creates a bit of standardization in different programs and social initiatives in the Votorantim group. So we have a really well-structured program geared towards education, geared towards managing the activities in the municipalities where we're present. So how we can help governments manage the resources they have better. We have different programs like this as well. So later on, we can talk to you more about this and how we can discuss other programs that we have, but especially in mining, the emphasis is really on this because of obvious reasons. So we have a huge program also for diversity and inclusion in the company, which is very strong and very broad. So when we look at this from a very interconnected manner and the meanings of what diversity and inclusion really mean, together with, of course, the GP2W, Great Place to Work environment to keep people and attract the best talents, of course, and so that we can do everything we're doing through people. And we need to have the right people in the company for that. Please. We have one more question. Is your microphone on? Okay, now yes. I'm Josiane from C's Building. I'm a customer from the process products in the civil construction segment, and my question is for Fabiano. First of all, I want to congratulate Fabiano for your work. We've noticed significant improvement in the short term on the on time and full. So services have improved a lot in the last few months, and this is due to work and investments in people and processes, and this is all perceived. So I want to thank you for that. And my question here is related to um, capacity, right? We've noticed that the market's pretty heated and booming when it comes to civil construction, and we know there's a slight trend in the shift from commercial to residential, and then top standard of residential with more customization, but a trend in changes in the next years. Um, so I want to know what's your productive capacity now, and if you've planned where you want to reach in the next years, and what's the sentiment in regards to changes towards the economy. Great, Josie. Excellent question, and thanks for the feedback. You guys were definitely very important in this process with sharing experiences um, in this segment with very productive conversations we've had. Um, but for extrusion, which is a big market, we have many other players, of course, present in this segment. And for us, it was almost like an extension of a production plant, right? So you had a focus on in really filling up a factory and not necessarily understanding which segment we would operate in. So our exit from civil construction was a specific moment we were going through. We focused on industry, and we just understood that extrusion needed to be small and efficient, working in niche segments, and that could allow us to really do what we could do, adding more services and solutions the most possible. So, of course, you have the traditional sales in some cases per bar and kilo. But then re-entering the civil construction front is a way of working in this segment where you need to build your stake. So we're going to have to find where we're headed and add capacity to really search for these opportunities. There's no point in just waiting for the opportunity and just searching for this in a reactive manner. So yes, we do have the capacity, and we need to be agile and adapting this capacity as we are successful with the new approaches and that have been worked on through some channels, through some of the big manufacturers and some other specialized distributors, and some more regional initiatives as well. And as we feel the market's reaction, we have to be very agile to, before you have this existing capacity end or finish, already place the next one and conquer all of this with the necessary comfort with our participation with not kind of having conflicts or issues. So we have to really have this in a good structured manner with all the leadership. It's not an adventure we're going on. We need to do this step by step.
Besides the capacity, Fabiano, extrusion uses the best billet in the market, and the best billet is produced by CBA. And for the past few years, in CBA as in Metalex, we have been increasing capacity. Today we have 270,000 tons. We talked about the last expansion of Metalex from 75 to 90, and this is the main CBA product. So we are always looking at where the market is going, so our investments follow the same pace. We have a question via chat from someone who is watching us online. A question by Eduardo Snook from the Maurano Company. First of all, congratulations for the event. Thank you for the invitation. And he would like to talk about the per capita consumption of aluminum in Brazil. A question for Varela and Fabiano. He says that in the presentation you mentioned an increase in the consumption that took place. So when CBA look at the market in the coming years, do you have a number or a study that indicates an increase in consumption? And if yes, is there a sector in which this will be more prevalent? And thank you, Eduardo, for your question. I can give a quick answer and then maybe you can jump right into it. Maybe Janaína can answer this one. But later we can share data showing the size of the market and the growth. But in a macro perspective, last year was a year of a lot of growth. And of course, this year, when we look at the size of the market, maybe the market moved a little bit sideways because yesterday the market was quite strong. But in comparison to the previous years, there has been growth. Later, we can go into deeper details and share information with more detail per segment to see if we can try to reach a conclusion together. with the type of information you're looking for. But definitely, it's a market that represents great opportunities. For example, we see here new segments: water in can and water in carton packages, all both of them with aluminum, no plastic. And there are different stories for different segments, and it depends a lot with which material aluminum is competing. Aluminum is almost like a substitute material in many segments. In some markets, it's an incumbent material, but in most segments, it's replacing another product. So it's about having the right product available at the shelf, so we get there faster than the competitive material and have a good competitiveness in cost slash price, thinking about this competition. So we have had 2 unusual years with a very strong recovery after the first wave of COVID, maybe because of demand, maybe because of stock, maybe because of lack of availability of external materials. Because if you had material to sell, you would sell it. So we need to make sure we have the right product for the market, whether regardless of the type of product that we are talking about, if it's civil construction material or not. So we can make aluminum grow as we have it more available and do a joint effort to overcome the difficulties. Looking a little bit at the past, the growth for the demand of aluminum varies between 1.2 to 1.4 of the industrial GDP. But the transformation industry in Brazil has lost 50% of share. Today it's 11% of the GDP. It used to be 28, 29%. And imports explain that. But it's a very favorable moment for aluminum. It is a very versatile material. Uh, all the new applications or the new products use it, also because of the recycling, the environmental elements. So looking to the future, personally, I'm very optimistic, also because of globalization and the regionalization of some production chains. And again, aluminum is going to grow above historical levels. Just one final comment, which has to do with the energy transition process we're going through, something that you read in all newspapers, something that is a reality today. In this process, naturally, there is a high consumption of aluminum. For example, when you build a hydropower plant, you have pretty much zero aluminum. But when you build a solar plant, all the frames for the solar panels to be placed is manufactured with aluminum. For example, a combustion engine vehicle, if you compare with a hybrid vehicle, which is pretty much our future because of ethanol, a hybrid vehicle uses much more aluminum than a combustion engine vehicle. So this transition that will also take place in Brazil will help us a lot in this process of having more aluminum consumption in Brazil. All right. Next question. All right. Do we have any more questions? Yes, one more. Hi, I'm from Embalagens Diadema again. I have a question about recycling. We talked about the value chain and etc. But how do you see this for flexible packaging? I saw that you quickly talked about a project. I wanted to understand a little bit more on your take on that. Because on the value chain, an aluminum can doesn't even hit the floor. That's what people say. Somebody already picks it up because there's value attached to it. But in this process to laminated packaging look bad, maybe we need a joint solution that will explain what we want to do together. Or maybe if you could share your thoughts on that and discuss a little bit more about the project that you mentioned. Are you going to use only industrial waste or post-consumption materials? Because I still have some questions about that. Well, first of all, thank you for your question. this is a very relevant topic for us. You talked about the can, and I thank you for doing that because Brazil, a little bit over 98% of the cans are recycled. And sometimes I think it's weird when we hear that people want to remove aluminum for multi-material packaging. It should be the other way around because in my perspective, I might be mistaken, but in my opinion, removing aluminum, you can perhaps even make the recycling process easier, but that material loses the economic value that it has. So it's very unlikely that someone is going to collect that trash to be taken to recycling. I think the recyclability rate might go down because of that. So our project has to do with that. We have created a solution in which we go after the polyaluminum compound, and it can be waste coming from our clients' plants. It can be residue or waste coming from our client's plant, or it can be post-consumption. And based on that, we are going to bring these materials to our industrial unit. We have made an initial investment, which is a modular investment. So we can increase the recyclability with more investment as in the use of this plant. And we believe we will be able to improve the recycling rate of multi-material packaging in the coming years. Our idea, going back to the topic of your previous question on ESG, we also think about the social aspect of this. How can we help this chain? Because there are many initiatives on that sense. And maybe why not exporting this technology so other continents can benefit from it as well. So it's a pilot. Later, I can give you more details. We have tested packaging of products that you manufacture in industrial scale. So not just in the lab, we have tested this at an industrial scale. It is a project that we have patented. More than 4 years of development were invested, and now we are at the execution phase. Obviously, we are going to find major recyclers, and through the acquisition of polyaluminum for major recyclers, we are going to help the whole chain make this product much more interesting. There's one additional comment. You mentioned the can because it has value and it has mass. A carton packaging doesn't have value, and real is going to bring value to that because of the efficient solution, but it has mass. And a flexible packaging, we also need to think, besides all the different scraps of the process, which is easier from the reverse logistics standpoint. But everything that's post-consumption, we need a cultural shift. We need to think a lot about the S from ESG to figure out how to make these products come back and avoid this or step away from this idea that the solution is just about being multi-material. So it's not just about removing aluminum. You have to find an effective return solution that involves raising awareness among consumers so that packaging can be returned and recycled. We have the technical solution, but the solution for the reverse logistics we need to build together with partners. I would like to use your question to talk about how we see this recycling project. Obviously, the project that I presented is not for client scrap because by definition that is clean. So it's 100% for post-consumption scrap. Where does it come from? Rosalie Milagres, who is our supply director and who will present a project about this, is responsible for designing our governance on the collection of scrap on our side here at CBA. The idea is to have a collection center so we can have more compliance to the sector. And the idea is to be organized so we can bring this post-consumption scrap to the project, which probably includes part of the scrap that you mentioned in your question. Any final question for the Q&A session right now? No? So I will ask a question that was sent via chat, a question to Vienna. The new recycling line at Metalex will be able to receive any type of scrap? Well, the idea is to receive any type of aluminum scrap. And obviously, we are talking about post-consumption scrap. So we will have all the equipment to eliminate impurities, first metal and metallic and non-metallic impurities, and painted profiles as well. When we talk specifically about Metalex, we necessarily need to have scraps from the same alloys, and the same thing goes for CBA, because the next step is for the production of billets. So we need to have a compatibility in terms of alloys. But for Alex, we have a broader scope of possibilities. So we will be able to bring other types of scraps, for example, blocks and others, even cans that can be used for Alex. And not only national scraps, but also imported scrap when there is an opportunity to do so. And Alexandre has already mentioned this, but Metalex will receive the scrap and then direct what is going to be processed inside Metalex, what will be sent to Alex. Alex uses 90% of their product content is made by scrap, and also what is going to be destined to CBA. I don't think we have more time, but one of the feedback that we got from the last event was how much this type of interaction and conversation is profitable. So I think it's very good to make the most out of this event, and thank you very much for your questions. Thank you, everyone, and we are going to have another Q&A session later on. Thank you very much for the participation of the 4 speakers. I would like to invite you back to your seats and a round of applause. I also like to say thank you for everyone who has sent questions during the Q&A session. Now we are going to go to our next presentation. It's a very important and relevant one for the CBA business. As I'm sure you have noticed, sustainability is a very serious topic for this company. And the CBA ESG agenda has made several milestones in the past. One of the initiatives is called Sustainable Supply, an exclusive program for suppliers. Just to give you an idea, they have certified around 118 suppliers according to their ESG criteria. Now, to learn more about the strategy and the program, I would like to invite Ricardo Carvalho, the CEO from CBA, and the Supply Chain Director, Rosalie Milagres, who is in charge of the Sustainable Supply Program at CBA, someone who has been mentioned a lot today. And to start, I'd like to ask Ricardo to please join me on stage. Thank you, Roberta. I'll go back to Adam's question about the S and the G on ESG. I'll talk briefly about our ESG strategy, and maybe I'll be able to add to what was said before when it comes to ESG. So, as an introduction, before we talk about the sustainable supply, our ESG strategy, it's important to mention, first of all, that the whole strategy was created after a major study to discover what makes sense in terms of ESG or CBA, in terms of business, market trends, and customer service and society as well. So we have balanced on what is possible and real so we can include it as a goal in our ESG strategy. So the strategy was built on 10 pillars listed here on the slide, and they form the foundation of our strategy. And one of them is a sustainable value chain. And in this pillar, we have our sustainable supply program. And the 10 pillars were developed into 15 programs. One program associated with the sustainable value chain is actually our sustainable supply program. And the 15 programs actually became 31 targets for 2030. This is our 2030 ESG strategy. These 31 targets are available for you to read, and they are not just aspirational. All of them have well-defined actions with the expected impact for all of them. So by 2030, we can reach all of them. Of course, that some of them will be met earlier. And among the 31 targets, 15 are related to E. E is has a lot of strength in a business like ours because of the climate change, residue waste management. There are many impacts in the business when it comes to the environment, and also a great impact because of the fact that we produce low carbon aluminum and so on and so forth. 6 targets are related to social, 9 related to governance, and 1 is cross. It overlaps all the elements. So we have 15 targets on E, and 1 that is cross. So 31 targets that we have for ESG. Of course, social has a lot to do with diversity and a number of other elements. Governance, we have compliance, transparency, sustainable supply that we will describe later to you. And I'm going back to the pillars. We have 10 pillars, 15 programs. And in terms of targets for the sustainable supply program, we have 2. One, having 100% of our suppliers in line with our sustainable supplier policy. And we want to increase in 10% the number of suppliers in the locations where we work. Everything in compliance with our policy of sustainable suppliers. So I'm going back to your question just to present an overview on our sustainability strategy, which is a strategy that has been fully embedded in our management. Our variable remuneration of the executives, part of it is connected to ESG. The next slide talks a little bit about governance, actually. We have our board, and one of the committees that helps the board is the sustainability committee that has an external member, an expert from the market, Sonia Favaretto, a really well-known person. And among the management, we have an executive committee of sustainability that's coordinated by me with representatives from the whole of the organization, representatives from the Votorantim Institute that has been mentioned before. We have representatives of the Votorantim Reserve, which is another area of Votorantim that takes care of the 2 legacies that we have, Legado das Águas, which are 4 companies sponsored by the Votorantim Group, and Legado Verde do Cerrado is a 100% CBA company. And we have Sonia Favaretto, who has the role of an external independent member for both committees. And since we're going to talk about sustainable supplies, within the management committees in the CBA governance system, we have a sustainable supply committee because this is such a broad topic that we have decided to create a separate committee for that. And Rosalie will give you more details about that. So I mentioned different governance items, all the committees that we have, finance, audit, people and compensation. Audit is 100% independent members. For our board, we have 3 internal members and 3 independent ones. The finance committee, all independent members. Compensation and people, we have 2 independent members and 1 internal member. So our governance structure is a governance structure that the Votorantim Group uses for all its companies, which made it really easy for us to be listed at B3, which has the highest demand standards in terms of governance. Now I'll hand the floor to Rosalie so she can talk about sustainable supply. something that I had mentioned in the beginning briefly. It's something relatively new at companies, and Rosalie will describe what we did in the past 2 years. Well, I have no surprises. So surprises will be presented in the end. I don't know by whom, but anyway, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you to talk about supply chain and procurement in a meeting with clients. You will understand a little bit of the reason why I say this, but we are really proud of this program. I'm one of the leaders of this program called Sustainable Supply. As Ricardo said, this program is fully integrated to our ESG strategy at CBA. In the G part of ESG, in the sustainable value chain. It started in 2019 before the pandemic. Of course, during the pandemic, there was a high growth in the adoption of ESG criteria inside organizations, but we started before that in 2019. And because this was a new topic, we started by instructing and educating our teams on the topic so we could get a better understanding on the breadth and the approach of what we wanted to implement. So we did an EcoVadis survey, a survey that was done in 2019 on the topic. And this survey had the participation of 200 organizations with more than 5 million in annual purchases being represented. And we learned that the supply chain is responsible for a significant amount of the total impact of a company. So when we look at greenhouse gas emissions, we see that it is 11.4 times greater in the direct emissions of a company. When we did the survey in 2019, this number was 5 point something, and now it's updated to 11.4. And then we wanted to understand what the survey said about the visibility of the work that suppliers do in terms of sustainability. When there is visibility, it's still very much focused in the first link of this chain. So the first link has a visibility of 45%, but companies have no visibility. 28% have no visibility on this topic in its supply chain. And I'll make a parenthesis on why we had decided to include this topic in our events to clients. It's exactly because of that. We are the first link in the chain for the majority of you. And it is very important to talk about how concerned we are about this topic and the importance that we give in looking at this first link and the second and the third and the impact that they all have, and how we can also incorporate the environmental, social, and governance aspects, thinking beyond the financial element. So it's a new approach because it generates values to us, and I'm certain that it also generates value to your own businesses. So lessons that came from the survey, we all were also able to understand a little bit about the ripple effect that it generated on the results when companies adopted sustainable criteria in their organizations. Some of the figures that we collected in the surveys, a reduction of around 231 million of CO2 in emissions, $29 billion in savings in the whole supply chain, and more than 1/3 of the organizations already addressing changes in their own supply chains. Obviously, that generate values for the companies that are part of this context, and it also generate values for you as CBA clients that are also trying to address the topic. And then we look a little bit further on the role that supply had in the scenario. When we started to understand more about the topic, we were able to see that, of course, there are some important aspects that we work with within supply. Minimizing risks and impacts in the supply chain is one of them. When we look at impacts to the environment, labor risks, a social license to operate, anti-corruption practices, ethics, compliance, and a fair relationship between parties. But more than that, we have to remember that the commercial relationships that we establish, they affect our image and our reputation as an organization. And moving ahead, we always need to focus in the increase of competitiveness, but with a broader perspectives. How can we drive the competitiveness of our business, our efficiency, and the productivity of our process, and at the same time bring sustainability concepts? So it's not just about reducing costs for its own sake, but how can I reduce cost and have an approach that considers the energy consumption, the transportation mode, the water consumption, waste management, with an increase in productivity and efficiency of the processes. In the past, and still today, we have many initiatives that still haven't been proven. When we work with new technologies, it's a little bit more difficult to prove gains. But when we use more mature technology, it's very easy to be positively surprised with initiatives that generate a reduction in cost, but at the same time are linked to sustainability issues. So we are doing what's right, and we're doing what's right at a cheaper cost. And as we establish these partnerships, in our case, our partnerships with our suppliers and with our clients, we generate a lot of shared value. And many times this is captured in terms of innovation. Fabiano and Varela talked a lot about this with our clients, and it's my role to do that as a client to many of our suppliers. And of course, it gives us access to capital, to new markets, and we are able to capture shared value both with our suppliers as well as with our clients. So we understood that it was not enough to look at just what we bought, and we buy everything from equipment, services, uh, inputs, strategic inputs, materials, chemicals, oil, product, derived products. It's a huge number of products that are acquired. But it's not enough to look at the product. We have to look who is the supplier and what is the approach that our partners have when it comes to sustainability. And we also have to consider how we buy. And that is where the sustainable supply policy comes in. So in our supply process, we have incorporated criteria that rate our operation as a sustainable procurement operation. So today, part of the journey that we are creating is about incorporating to a traditional procurement process the requirements that we associate with a sustainable procurement process. So it's a little bit of what we started to do. And then we also assess the benefits not only to our own chain, but the benefits that the implementation of a sustainable procurement process inside the organization could generate, not only to our chain, but to our company as well. And on the right-hand side of the slide, we see the more results from the survey now in figures, talking about the significant gains for companies, like, for example, 58% of risk mitigation, 30% of cost reduction, 25% of innovation, differentiation, 24% of increase in revenue because of improvements in reputation or because of demands coming from clients, 24% of improvements in metrics, not only in savings, but others as well, 19% of improvement in ranking and financial indexes, which is so relevant for companies that are listed, and 18% of talent retention and attraction of new talents. So these are important variables for us. And since this is a very new topic, and it still is today when we talk to many companies in the market, companies that approach us or companies that we look for to talk ideas and share knowledge on this, at the time, we based on the ISO 2400 because it is an international standard that was developed by many countries and different agencies that deal with international trade. But more than that, this is an interesting methodology because it brings not only the strategic perspective or the policies, but it also talks about implementation. So, how to do this? How can you implement tools, processes, structures throughout the procurement process? So, since the beginning, when you certify a supplier until the procurement process as a whole. So, how can you do a sustainable bid? How can you do the monitoring of a supplier on ESG criteria throughout the period of time the service is being provided. So it's quite complex, and this is what we are trying to develop inside CBA. Now I'll tell you a little bit about our journey. So in 2019, when we started, we had this thorough diagnosis that started with this education process that is referred here as desk research. Then we looked at benchmarks. We looked at mining companies, but we also looked at companies from other segments. So we talked to Vale, Alcoa, Hydro, Unilever, BASF, Down. We talked to many companies to understand how they were positioning themselves on this topic and to share experiences. We did a number of internal interviews, both with the leadership as the organization, but also with the technical departments that could contribute to this. We did interviews and online service with our own suppliers, and we did a series of internal and external workshops to share experiences and to collect information that could enrich our diagnosis. And we had the participation of the Votorantim Institute that has been supporting us in this program here at CBA. And then we get to the beginning of 2020 with a definition, with our diagnosis, so where we were, where we wanted to get, our ambition for the project, and we started the implementation journey in the beginning of 2021. At the time, we understood that this project was actually more complex than we had anticipated, so we needed to be a multi-annual program. So we decided that it was going to last for 5 years. We are at the end of the second year now. And we understood that part of the complexity of the program has to do with the fact that we have different suppliers in our base and suppliers that are with different maturity levels. They have different sizes. So we have small suppliers in small towns like Mirai or in other remote areas to multinational and international companies. So with different sizes, different levels of maturity, and working in different segments and markets. So we understood that this program needed more time to be consistently implemented. At the time, we defined our ambition, and the ambition was we want to be among the companies with the best performance in sustainable procurement, always ensuring the competitiveness of CBA and leveraging the positive impact both on business as well as on people. We have defined that we would implement 7 programs in 5 years. So the first one is policies and procurement strategies, the certification and monitoring of the performance of our suppliers, sustainable bids, managing of contracts. P5 and P6 are very relevant and they take a little bit longer. So partnerships with strategic suppliers for the joint construction of sustainable solutions and initiatives. P6, development of suppliers and development of local small suppliers, mostly present in the remote locations where we are, with a focus on the S of the social. And finally, engagement and communication, that of course is part of the whole program.
Ricardo mentioned some of the objectives we set in 2019. Up until 2030, we want to have 100% of our supplier base adhering to this policy for sustainable supplies. And so our base that we consider to be like the root legal entity or the headquarters, we have about 3,000 suppliers. And when you include Alex and even Metalux, it's a real big base. And so we also want to increase by 10% the purchases of local suppliers and small suppliers. So I think that throughout this period where we really provide more traction to this program, we're incorporating new objectives that could maybe be even bolder than these that we established in the beginning of our project. So moving on to a bit of governance now, Ricardo talked about ESG governance, and we're following the same line where we tried to implement this in a very robust manner in line with the best market practices. So here at the center, we have the Sustainable Supplies Committee, which has an interesting differential because it goes through there's all of these different initiatives underway, and everything we're planning to implement and what we think we're prepared to do, or whatever we believe is maybe we're too early to work on, and we maybe don't have that much maturity to work on. This is all discussed with a very diverse group of people. So I think this is an important gain in this committee. So we have representatives from each of the business units, energy, the processed products and primary products are present, and the technical teams as well. So we have communication teams, legal teams, risk management, innovation teams. We have an important share because it's a new topic, and we need to share these ideas and really understand what we're prepared to work on to take a step ahead. So, of course, we have the support of the supply directors and with a lot of the technical aspects, and from the supply area. So we have the 7 Ps, right? And so for each of these Ps, we have a manager leader that's different. And this is all to contribute with its functional vision on that topic specifically and bring in more diversity to the work. So it's a broader perspective on these topics and different subjects. So about the evolution and how we're doing with P1, which is this policy and strategy. We obviously already had this policy with supplies before the sustainable supplies policy we had in the organization. What we did was we used this policy to review it completely, incorporating the ESG commitments in the organization. And here we obviously would incorporate, in the past, we also incorporated the environmental, social, and governance aspects. But in our perspective, uh, it was more of a regulatory perspective from a legislative perspective than anything else. So it's also a very it's a policy that's really focused on procedures. And what we try to work on now is a policy that really is focused on strategy a bit more and more of a collaborative perspective. So to give you some examples here, the social aspect, for example. So we would look at what the legislation was asking us about when it comes to child labor, children, or forced labor. And now we want to bring this into this perspective of diversity and inclusion and ask our suppliers what they're doing in their companies. So environmental licensing and permits, all of this is like the basics, right? And this is something we've done and will continue to do. We want to continue to understand how our suppliers position themselves when it comes to energy efficiency, biodiversity, climate change, policies for CO2 emissions, etc. So the broadness and spectrum of operation changes from this perspective of what we had and what we plan to observe and work on together with our suppliers. So looking at P2 now, when it comes to the certification of these suppliers, what we did was we defined, looking at all the levers in the previous slide, we defined what was important for CBA and obviously understanding how the market was operating when it came to the perspective of the different ESG criteria. Then we developed some different requirements that we started to share with our suppliers. These requirements we submitted to the suppliers. We had a pilot program where we started scanning some strategic suppliers, about 120 suppliers, and we wanted to understand what the level of maturity was for these suppliers towards these criteria that are so important for us. So that's when we wanted to understand also if the supplier, for example, has the maturity that's above 3, for example, it's a supplier that maybe has strategic operations or policies and procedures that are very well defined and clear towards the topics that we're mapping out. So this came from the answers they gave us and also the evidence they sent us in regards to these requirements. So eventually, if this level of maturity is low, it's probably because they've gone through some isolated initiatives that these suppliers have in their companies, or maybe just because they're looking at this from a legislative perspective. So, based on all of this, we were able to understand the maturity of these suppliers and how our supply chain is positioned. So in this year, we expanded this scan to 100% of the base, and now we should already have 65 to 70% of the suppliers scanned. And of course, we also have diverse levels of suppliers with different levels of maturity that are more or less focused on these themes. And here you have a bit more of the spectrum showing you what we consider to be challenges, and we have this perception that CBA is not walking on its own in this. And so CBA plans to really engage partners and its overall supply chain. And when we take a look at the spectrum of our supply chain in the diagnosis and in the level of maturity of these suppliers, we've noticed that only 21% of our suppliers that were researched have a sustainability area within in-house. So 70%, for example, don't meet the environmental and social requirements that are beyond the law, right, in their own supply chain. So that demonstrates a bit of the scenario and the challenge that we have up ahead. Uh, so now, as we talk about diversity and inclusion, in this survey, we had a specific question about the amount of women and Black and Brown people in occupying leadership positions in these companies, and we noticed that there's a base for 52% of these interviewed companies had up to 10% women in leadership position, and 39% had up to 10% Black and Brown people in leadership positions. So there's a long ways to go, really, that we need to follow in this direction. Another aspect that's very positive is that suppliers recognize that there's a journey that they need to follow in each of their organizations, but they also see CBA as a possible partner in this process for growth, working on different initiatives and partnerships together. So that's where you really get into those two P's I mentioned before, which is the partnership program with our suppliers and the development program also with small size suppliers. So that's exactly where we start working on these initiatives and these partnerships to be able to change this rule. And finally, before we finish here with the last slide, we are still moving along in this journey. So we haven't completed this. We're still missing 3 years ahead. But over time, we learned some things. So I'm going to share certain things here in lighter blue, which are probably the most interesting points. So the first ones are really focused on this perspective in regards to supply chain. We've always operated in a collaborative way, in a very partner basis with this supply chain. And so we talked about this in the committee as well, and this is a new topic. It's very interesting. And it's great to see when you have a diversity brought into the conversations with external experiences, internal experiences, and diversity of technical know-how and age or gender diversity as well. So you can have a broader perspective of whatever we're going to be deploying. And it's a program that has a lot of information. There's a lot of material. There's a trend of having a lot of things you can try to embed into your company in regards to the project. But we need to have this balance between an ambitious perspective of the project, but also important focus on understanding that the project is going to become an operation up ahead. And so it needs to be deployed and it needs to be managed in the day-to-day activities. If not, you'll create this white elephant that you won't be able to manage anymore. So we've also been using some 4.0 technology to help us with these processes and how we can automate this and create systems for this management to be easier in the day-to-day activities. So another important point, of course, is to continue with this focus on competitive advantages of the business. So we expand our perspective to ESG aspects, and we're not going to ever forget the economic financial aspects of the organization. So finally, I think that a positive surprise is that this is a very powerful topic inside organizations. As we organized these meetings, we understood more and more about this and this topic because it's really beautiful as it can connect the strategy of the business and the individual purposes of people. So one thing I started to notice is that in the meetings we would go to, the committees we were participating in, there's some people that even participated there, but it's quite common that we go over time and we have to start limiting the time a little more because it's a topic that makes people very passionate and people start contributing with important testimonies saying that they feel like they're part of the program, they understand the value my work brings to the lives of people in the organization and the impacts in society. I can have a better generation in the future, a better future for these generations that are coming along. So besides engaging people, it's also very powerful in involving the organization as they can really reach greater values and expand more. So that's what I wanted to share with you all. I hope to have added a little bit more to your day and afternoon in this topic with supply chain and procurement. But I just want to remind you that we're the first link to the supply chain, and we're also very concerned with this that can contribute to the business as well. So, Joseli, I'll ask you to remain on the stage for a little longer. I'll invite Ricardo Carvalho to start our Q&A session on the Sustainable Supplies program, and I'll start off with this as you position yourselves, and I'll see if we've had any questions coming from the guys online, or if we'll start with the audience. Anyone at the audience with any questions? Yeah, we have one here, please. Hello, my name is Mauricio, and I'm responsible for the operation Gas Pistões in Nova Odessa, where Alex is present. I want to thank you so much for the invitation. And my question is about governance and compliance and the scraps, cooperatives, and groups. And I want to understand how this is moving along, as it's a very sensitive topic, right? Yes, this is a reason that this is something that causes a lot of concern because we have a strong ambition at CBA, as presented previously, of increasing the content of recycling in our products. And for this, we need to capture and raise more scraps and have contact with all of the supply chain and value chain. So this compliance theme is super relevant for us. And we performed some very in-depth analysis about this topic. We just listed some specific points on everything we want to do and what we do not want to do in regards to this aspect. At the moment, when you have partnerships with scrap collectors and suppliers and distributors, to be able to formalize this supply chain more and more. So we have this ambition of really working on this movement that's similar to what is done by the steelwork industry about 10 years ago, which was really formalizing the supply chain. So this is still not 100% formal, but advanced a lot. And we want to do this in the aluminum supply chain as well. And so we have a big concern, and we've been doing this in a very robust way when it comes to this topic in CBA. So just to complement that, thank you for the question. And so this is extremely relevant for us, as Joseli already mentioned. We know this problem with compliance is a real high risk in recycling. One of our main desires is that we should be protagonists in the formalization of the scrap market. So to formalize this, different trends we saw in the steel industry as well. So this is a major concern for us, and it's the number one concern for our growth in the scraps industry, with this issue where everything needs to be following compliance, transparency, with any other risks in this sense. Well, do we have any more questions from the audience? Okay, we have one here. Good afternoon. My name is Enio, and this issue, Ricardo, is very complex, as you probably already noticed. So, first of all, the scraps market has a segmentation that is not very transparent for those who are acquiring the scraps. So, Gerdau, I saw you guys are working on partnerships with them. And when they decided to come into the scrap sector, they chose to buy these big suppliers and keep, of course, the owners or the scrap collector owners as the managers of these deposits or warehouses. But unfortunately, at that moment, um, and so there was that situation where whenever you have a drop in the value of the scraps, they decide to not sell. And with that crisis, all of the centers for the scrap collection were just stuffed with scraps, and Gerdau had to pay for all of this. So these are some delicate decisions from a strategic perspective. And from the technical aspects, you have an expert there, which is Marcelo Schuka. He knows everything about processing scraps, but it's something that I worked at Alcoa. I worked there before you, Ricardo, and Alcoa at the time when Barbosa used to work there, he was the manager of the extruded products. We planned a action plan for processing scraps, and Alcoa did not do this. So now they're processing this in Poços de Caldas after they have this closing there, but they use scraps that they generate themselves. So now actually they started to they transferred their extruded factories to CBA. But anyways, this is a warning, right? Um, of someone that really wants to see your success, and scraps gives you a lot of headache to manage, right? Yeah, we know this very well over time. And at this moment, we have been developing our business plan, and our biggest challenge in this development process to increase our scrap raising is that this business plan needs to be robust to avoid any problems like the ones you're presenting. So thank you so much for this feedback. But it processing scraps is probably one of the easiest things that exists. But now having a good network of collection with transparency and compliance that is efficient is really the big challenge in the business plan that Rosalie is leading with his team. Shuka is also part of this team, and it's a real broad initiative so that we can be very precise and assertive, and that we don't have to face any risks we would not like to. So we're also we have scraps from customers, right? We don't collect scraps in the overall market. Most of the scraps we process are from customers. So we were also left out of this for quite a while. But now for scraps, especially in an ESG world and low carbon circular economy world, with the greater availability of scraps over time, it becomes even more relevant to the business. And we must certainly enter this and overcome all of these challenges. This is what we're betting on. This is our strategy. So thank you. And it's great to see you. So just to complement this, this is a business plan. So one of the levers we're looking at is that we really want to work with raising multi-channel sources of scrap. So recycling centers where you have the collection centers are one of the levers, but there are many others. And so there's also partnerships with Gerdau and other companies. And so you also have other partnerships with distributors, such as automotive scrap. So having partners with suppliers that are already connected to the TRAN, and having scraps that are tracked, and imports are another way. So we have this plural approach of the different modalities so that we're not exposed to a single type or format of a scrap collection and have to face situations that are more complicated from a price or compliance perspective. So we have some other questions. Okay. So thank you, Joseli, Kadu, and this is Karin from Angkor. We're working a lot with the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions within Ankara. We have some very aggressive targets, and 80% of these targets are related to raw materials that we buy. And so we have this plan with you guys actually for this reduction year over year. You guys have a plan also that you shared with us. So this is also within our plan. But I want to understand, Joseli, if you guys have this established with your main suppliers and if there's such a big impact for you guys, and I think it's a completely different chain than the conversions chain. So another point we're also looking at is the difference between these suppliers when it comes to the level of maturity. So a bit of your experience there. Well, we're at the second year of deployment, so at this moment we're mapping out exactly which suppliers are relevant to us when it comes to strategic suppliers and also the level of maturity they have, especially when it comes to emissions. That's one of our criteria. So our idea is that as we identify a relevant supplier for emissions and where we see a potential or opportunities to improve, we need to sit down and set these partnerships in the same way you've done, sharing the plans and programs. And so this is very similar, and we're at this moment mapping this out and understanding exactly where these opportunities are in our supply chain. Do we have more questions here from the audience? Anyone else from this side? Well, thank you, Joseli. Just to talk about recycling a bit, it's a big challenge for us. And one of the challenges is really to help us with the compliance in the supply chain. So the challenge that exists is also a motivating factor to help us face the construction of a more sustainable supply chain in recycling. So my question, Rosalie, is about the challenge we have in really making 100% of our suppliers as certified, right? We prioritize this with all of the different work implemented, but from now on we have this big challenge, right? So what is it like to face this, and what's the big strategy to be able to overcome this challenge? What we're doing now is we scanned all of our suppliers. So I'll take a step backwards. Actually, we have from the perspective of the legislation and the regulatory for all of our suppliers that are in our base are certified and meet the minimum regulatory legal requirements. So now what we're doing is trying to take a step ahead to incorporate ESG requirements and certify them as well. So we still haven't arrived. We're at the previous phase where we're scanning these suppliers to understand the level of maturity they have towards these requirements. And our idea is to be able to start off with the more strategic suppliers that don't have maybe the necessary maturity, but they are strategic to us, and develop some plans together with these partners so we can take them on to a whole nother level of acceptance in these ESG requirements. So that's why I say it's a long program. CBA is not going to be walking on its own, and it really depends on engaging the supply chain to make these suppliers really be certified according to these requirements. So it's really a journey, and this is going to take on more time. But this is our ambition and our overall target up until 2030. We have an online question coming in. So someone also submitted this question. It's our last one before we finish here. It's from Lais Potmeyer from the supplies area from VEG. She wants to thank you for the invitation. And she says, look, in the Rosalie's presentation, we talked about the main benefits of the deployment of ISO 2400, especially when it comes to the 30% reduction in costs. In some companies already deployed this program. But she's asking about which would be the main reductions. Would they be related to the effective purchases of inputs or services? Well, I could even mention two examples we have in CBA, which I think would be super interesting to highlight. So one of them, for example, was a partnership with a company that works on all of the energy efficiency studies. And this company performed a diagnosis within our production plant at Aluminio to understand where we would see opportunities to reduce our consumption and expenses with energy. So with the exchange of lamps, compressors, motors, engines, etc. So they presented a proposal, and this proposal also generated shared value. They were contributing with their knowledge and diagnosis, and also the fact that we were collecting part of this shared value also helped us establish this partnership, and they had a success fees with this partnership. It was a win-win scenario, and at the end of the day, you had a cost reduction regarding our expenses with energy. So it's a partnership and an example of a company where we have this partnership and reduce costs. Another example is even with the biomass boiler, which was a project we had back in 2018. We already had the supply in our production plants with natural gas, but at the time we were able to design this project to be able to substitute natural gas by the biomass boiler. And at the time we were very much concerned with the level of prices and how this would take what's generated by biomass versus the natural gas costs. We also wanted to be competitive as we would buy those inputs. But we worked on all of these studies and the contracts, and we had this understanding of how we would continue this competitive advantage in this sense. And at the time, it was already cheaper, but now because of many different factors regarding energy crisis issues and biomass now is a lot more competitive, for example, than natural gas at the moment. So there are many different ways to align sustainability and reduce costs, keeping your business in a very competitive level. Well, I think there are many different ways to enable these cost reductions, especially when you consider the increase in efficiency. In our experience at CBA, in regards to evolution and investments in ESG. Generally speaking, we have been having some economic gains that are greater than deployment costs. So it's really extremely positive, the balance. And when here was an exchange, the example Rosalie presented was an exchange of fuel, gas and biomass, but at the time we didn't have this vision that the savings would be this big. We actually took on a bit of a risk scenario at that time, and the thing is that reducing strongly the emissions was really considered when we decided to work on this project. Any investment that CBA runs today, the ESG impact is always considered before you approve a project. So this is another criteria in our governance, and our experience has been super positive when it comes to gain more than the actual costs involved to improve a process. Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. It's very interesting to hear what you guys are presenting. I always participate in events with other companies in different sectors, and it's a big concern how we can balance the cost reduction, which is such a big need for investments in ESG. So thank you all so much for this conversation, this chat session here at the stage with us. Let's clap for them. Let's move on. Thank you all for this Q&A session. So much great information, quality information and exchanges during this event so far. Before we continue with our official agenda, we still have a lot to talk about. We're going to have a quick pause for some coffee. We'll have a 20-minute coffee break, and soon we'll be back here. So I don't want to give you a spoiler because the production team didn't let me, but I want to let you know that we have a lot of good stuff up ahead. So prepare, because people that are online will also go and have a quick break, have some coffee, and in 20 minutes we'll be back with a presentation after the coffee break that will take place in English. So when you come back, we'll also have the translation equipment available in the room. Okay, see you soon. Earphones with translation available. We have our support team going around the room, and you can all request the devices if you need the translation, because our next topic is the market. What are the insights about the global industry, and what are the new trends? How the digital world has been revolutionizing processes. What are the strategies for the business? From now on, let's take a look at this exclusive presentation to level out your knowledge on the global market. And no one better than CRU Group, a company that is specialized in business intelligence in some global industries, including the metals industry. And I'll invite from now on Ross, our lead analyst from CRU Group. Welcome. Muito obrigado pela introdução tão gentil e as boas-vindas que todos me deram hoje. É um grande prazer estar com vocês hoje e poder apresentar. E sinto muito que meu português é completamente incapaz de fazer essa apresentação em português. Então, agradeço pelo apoio da tradução, que eu tenho certeza que será excelente. Então, a apresentação aqui da CRU é sobre a visão geral sobre o mercado global de alumínio e o fato de que no momento a gente tem algumas headwinds para a indústria, mas isso não vai tirar a perspectiva positiva a longo prazo para a demanda de alumínio e preços a seguir. Então, alguns avisos aqui padrões, e o time é um time global e temos 20 pessoas no time de alumínio e meia dúzia estão na China, mas também tem colegas na América do Norte, na Índia e muitos de nós que vieram de Londres, mas também nos reunimos ao redor do mundo todo, sempre conversando, entendendo o valor completo da indústria. Então, agora, para começar, a principal parte da minha apresentação, eu queria dar uma olhadinha nos preços de gás natural. Isso talvez seja um pouco inusitado, um ano atrás eu talvez não esperava falar sobre isso, mas é um aspecto chave para a indústria e o que está acontecendo no momento com relação à oferta e também com relação à demanda na indústria. Nesse slide, nós vemos 3 benchmarks globais, um para a Ásia, um para a Europa e um para a América do Norte. E o que nós vimos é que rapidamente temos um aumento nos preços de gás na Europa e na Ásia, e uma quantidade um pouco
Now,
menor
this
nos Estados
did
Unidos.
predate the war in
Então,
Ukraine.
isso
It clearly started
estava
with a
antes da
movement up
guerra
following
da
COVID and
Ucrânia,
economic
começou
recovery
depois
and energy
da
markets being
crise
slow
do
to respond to
Covid e
that.
a economia
But it took on a whole new
também
lease of life
recuperando e
following the
a
beginning of the war
lentidão
in
nesse
Ukraine,
processo de recuperação, mas aí
which
tomou
caused
uma
prices to rise
velocidade
even
maior
further
depois da guerra
and more
da
volatility.
Ucrânia, com
And this
mais
is
aumento de
really
preços e mais
having a dampening
volatilidade.
effect
Isso
on the
tem
demand in the
impactado
industry
negativamente
and
a
the cost of
demanda
living.
da indústria e o custo
I
de
would note before I move on from this
vida.
slide that we have seen
Então,
a
seguindo
fall in
adiante,
recent
nós
weeks
temos visto
in
uma
gas
pequena
prices,
queda
both in
em
Europe
preços
and
de
in Asia.
gás na Europa e
And
na
key to
Ásia.
that
E
is both a
ponto-chave
relatively
para isso
mild
é uma
autumn
questão
in Europe
de um
and an
outono
improvement in gas
mediano
reserves
na
in that
Europa e
area.
também uma melhoria de
However, this
reservas
is
de
likely
gás
to prove
naquela área,
short-lived.
mas
As much
isso
as I
vai
would
ter
wish that
vida
the weather in
curta,
Europe
provavelmente,
would
apesar
suddenly
de
turn into
sonhar que
the lovely weather that
a
we
temperatura da
experience here
Europa
in
se
Brazil
tornasse
more
a
commonly,
temperatura
that's not likely to happen
tão tropical
on a
aqui
sustained
lindo no
basis,
Brasil,
and the
mas não
winter
vai
will arrive
acontecer de
all
forma
too soon.
sustentável e o
And at
inverno
that
vai
point, you
chegar.
will see an
E
increase
nesse
in
momento,
gas
logicamente,
prices
a gente
again,
vai ver um aumento nos
as
preços de
typified on
gás,
this
natural,
chart.
assim como nós vemos
And that
aqui
underpins the
nessa
forecast,
tabela.
which I
E
will
isso
begin.
reforça a previsão que eu vou estar
So
apresentando.
looking at the broader
Então,
macroeconomic
analisando
backdrop,
o cenário mais
and on the
amplo,
left-hand side of this
macroeconômico,
slide,
do
I
lado
look
esquerdo
first
do
at the
slide nós
GDP, that's
vemos
the gross
primeiramente o
domestic product,
PIB,
so the overall
que é o
growth
Produto
rate
Interno
of
Bruto, com a
economic activity for
taxa
some
de
of the key countries and
crescimento
regions
geral de
in global
de
activity.
atividade econômica.
We always expected that in
E
2022
nós sempre
there would be a
esperávamos que em
significant slowdown
2022
from the
teríamos uma
unsustainably high
redução
rates that were achieved in
das grandes
2021.
taxas insustentáveis que
And
estavam
in the
sendo
first half
alcançadas
of
em
the year, that's
2021.
largely how things
Na
panned
primeira
out.
metade do ano
But in
isso
recent months,
aconteceu,
the downturn in
principalmente,
a number of countries and
mas
regions has accelerated,
de-
particularly in
o
Europe,
número de
and
países
we
tem
expect that
acelerado,
to
especialmente na
broaden
Europa,
into the US,
e
unfortunately,
nós esperamos
looking
que
into
isso se amplie para os
2023.
Estados Unidos na medida que a gente
This can also
entre
be
em
seen in terms of
2023.
industrial
Isso também
activity, and of
pode ser
course this is
visto com
crucial
relação às
for
atividades
aluminium demand.
industriais, isso é
It's
crucial
worth
para a
noting,
demanda
though,
de
that
alumínio.
the
É
medium
importante
and
notar
long-term
também que a médio
prospects
e longo
for
prazo, a
demand
previsão
and economic
com
activity
relação à
remain
demanda
robust.
e atividade
Yes, we're
econômica se
seeing the
mantém
downturn at the
robusta.
moment due to the inflationary pressures and
E
higher
sim, nós
interest
temos
rates and
uma
the
queda
dampening
no
effect that
momento
they will have,
devido a
but
essas
that will turn around and there will
pressões,
be
mas
sustained
isso vai ter
solid
uma
growth rates
reviravolta e a
globally
gente vai ter taxas de
in the middle of
crescimento
this decade,
sólidas
as typified
no
here.
meio da década, como apresentado agora.
So looking more specifically into what this means for aluminium,
Então,
drilling down
especificamente,
into
o que
it
isso
on the
representa
chart
para
on the
alumínio?
left-hand side of this slide.
Do lado esquerdo desse
And that
slide,
shows world ex-China consumption.
a gente vê o consumo
And consistent with
sem
my
a
comments
China,
earlier about the broader
e em
economic
linha com o meu
activity,
comentário
we show
anteriormente
some solid
sobre
growth
as
rates
atividades
in
econômicas mais
demand
amplas,
for
nós
the
temos
world
taxas
ex-China in the
crescentes,
first half of
sólidas na
this year, but we
demanda
have seen a
na
marked
primeira metade
slowdown
desse ano, mas
in the
também
third
vemos uma
quarter,
redução no
and in the
terceiro
current
TRI,
quarter, unfortunately, we're
e no
expecting
atual
demand
TRI
to
nós
actually drop
esperamos uma
back by
demanda
some
que vai cair
5.4%,
por
and we expect a slightly worse
5,4% e
performance in the
esperamos
first quarter of
desempenho
next
pouco
year,
pior no
before
primeiro TRI do ano que
gradual
vem.
recovery
Ah,
is expected thereafter.
ou depois você
From
tem
the
uma
trough.
recuperação gradual após essa
I've
queda.
highlighted in particular,
Eu
I've honed in on
destaquei
the situation in Europe, because that
especialmente
is
uma
where it's
questão na
most acute.
Europa,
That's where you're
que
seeing
é
the
o
highest
ponto mais agudo,
energy
onde a
prices and
gente
the
tem os
biggest cost
preços
of
de
living
energia mais
crisis
altos e os maiores custos
around
de
the world
vida
at present.
no
And
ao
that
redor
can
do
be
mundo todo
seen
no
in
momento,
the chart on the
e
right
isso
with
pode
the
ser
low point
visível na
of almost
parte inferior
15%
aí da
decline
tabela
in
do
aluminium
gráfico à
demand at
direita,
the early
com
part of next
uma
year.
queda de quase
On a more
15% na demanda
positive
de
note,
alumínio.
you are
Já
already seeing
no
various
âmbito um pouco mais
governments across
positivo, a
Europe
gente vê muitos
looking
governos
to
na
put in
Europa
place
também buscando
substantial
formas de
stimulus
implementar
policies that will
políticas de
help to
estímulo
sow the seeds
substanciais que vão
of a
ajudar também
robust demand
em toda
recovery
essa questão da
during
recuperação da demanda
2023.
durante 2023.
So moving a little downstream, and we're
E
looking here at the
seguindo
raw
pouco mais
product
no
demand
downstream, vendo essa questão da
situation.
demanda de
And as can be
produto,
seen
a
here,
gente pode ver
Central and South
claramente
America
que,
was the standout
especialmente a
of a
América
number of
Central e do
regions
Sul
with
foi um
stellar
dos
double-digit
destaques
growth
da maioria
last
das
year.
regiões que tinham
As
crescimento
we
de duplos
expected, growth
dígitos
has
do ano
slowed this
passado.
year
Como
to a
nós
more
esperávamos, houve uma
normal
queda
and
no
sustainable
crescimento
level in most
para um
regions.
nível mais
It is worth noting
sustentável e
that actually the
normalizado, e
slowest
vale a
region
pena
here is
notar que a
actually
região mais
China
lenta, na verdade, é a
in
China,
2022.
de forma
As
bastante
we look ahead
inusitada
into
em 2022.
2023, the
Mas quando
pressures that
olhamos
we're
para
seeing
2023,
in the European economy mean that we're expecting basically no
e
growth
nós
at all. That hasn't been
esperamos
mistake on the
nenhum
thing. The red
crescimento, na
arrow is pointing
verdade,
to the fact that the
a
zero is
seta
our latest composition of the forecast. And it's the construction
é a
sector that we're expecting to be
construção,
the
o setor
drag,
de
and that's what's
construção,
highlighted on the
que nós
chart on the
esperamos,
right-hand side.
que está destacado aqui
That's really
na
being
tabela do
affected
lado direito, que está
by
sendo
the cost of
afetado
living crisis, and
pela
also the
crise de
end of
custo de
a
vida e
short-lived
também
boom post-COVID,
o final de
which was
boom
aided by
de vida
various stimulus
curta depois do
policies
Covid, que
coming
foi
from the EU
apoiado por
level as
várias
well.
políticas também da União Europeia.
Now looking in a bit more detail at the
E agora,
situation in
olhando um
China,
pouco mais o
obviously
detalhamento
such
da
an
situação
important
na China,
sector of the aluminium industry, both on the
tem setor
demand and on the
importante
supply side of the
com
industry.
relação à demanda e suprimentos na
And there's a few
indústria.
things that really stand out, I think, on these charts that I wanted to highlight.
E tem
First
algumas
of
coisas que eu
all,
queria destacar.
Chinese primary aluminium consumption this year is almost
Então, esse
unchanged for the
consumo
year as a
de
whole
alumínio
compared to
primário nesse
what
ano
was achieved in 2021.
quase que não mudou ao que nós vimos em 2021.
And I think you can really highlight one of the
E o
key
que a gente
factors
pode
for that
destacar, um dos
by
fatores
looking
chaves,
closely at
que é
the
ao
second
olharmos
quarter
de
of
forma bastante
2022,
próxima
where we saw
no segundo
demand
TRI
actually
de
fall by
2022,
almost
onde nós vimos a
5%.
demanda caindo quase que 5%.
Pivotal to that was the
Algo
situation around COVID and the
crucial para
lockdowns
isso
that
foi
were
a
being
questão dos
experienced
lockdowns de Covid que estavam
in that country at that
sendo
time,
vivenciados
and that has
naquele
really
país naquele
crimped
momento. E isso, de
economic
fato,
activity.
impactou a atividade
The second
econômica.
half of the year has seen a bit
A
of a
segunda
recovery in
metade
China, but it has been
do ano
modest and
teve uma
slow by the
recuperação na
standards to
China,
which they
mas
are renowned. And that is particularly because of the
isso foi
continued zero
especialmente
COVID
por
policy
conta da
that is
política de
occurring
zero
there.
Covid.
There's also another crucial factor, which is the struggles of the property sector.
E
The
as
building
dificuldades também do
construction
setor de
sector, for much of the
propriedades,
past
de
2 decades,
construção,
has
nas
been a
últimas
surging
décadas.
force of growth in China and sucking in more and more aluminium. The opposite situation is
E a
occurring this
situação
year.
oposta
Aluminium
também
demand
ocorre
from the
esse
building
ano com a
construction sector
demanda
in China is
de
now some
alumínio no
8%,
setor de
we
construção, que
estimate
caiu
will be for
8%, e nós
2022 as a
estimamos
whole.
que deve ter em 2022 como um todo.
Looking ahead to 2023,
Seguindo
we think the
até
situation will be a little
2023,
bit better. We think the
nós
building
achamos que a
construction
situação vai ser
sector's
melhor
decline
e
will
achamos que o
start to
setor de
level out,
construção
so
vai
will
ter
be less of a
declínio.
drag on the overall picture.
Então, vamos ter
And the growth
menos,
that is seen, for
menos
example,
esse
in
processo de
demand for new
arrastamento
energy
nesse cenário,
vehicles
e o
in
crescimento
China,
para novos
for solar and for wind,
veículos
will
de
mean
novas
that you
são
see a
fontes de
return to
energia, a parte de
growth
energia eólica,
on an annual
solar,
basis next
crescendo
year of
também,
almost
que
2%.
deve levar a um
But it's
crescimento
worth
anual
noting
de
that
quase
this is still a
2%.
marked
Mas vale a
change
pena
from the
notar que isso
kind of
também é uma
growth rates that
mudança das
we've been
taxas de
used to in
crescimento
China
que
for
nós
aluminium demand,
percebemos
of double-digit
normalmente na China,
levels
de
for the vast
duplos
majority of this
dígitos
century.
no restante
Another
do
reason
século.
I've put on a production
Uma das
chart
razões pelo qual
on
eu fiz
this in this
essa
consumption
tabela
section
de
of the report
produção,
is because
nessa
I
parte de
wanted to highlight
consumo,
next to each other
eu queria
different growth
destacar
rates that we're seeing at
se
present between Chinese
nessa taxa
consumption
de
and
crescimento
Chinese
que nós
production.
estamos vendo entre o consumo chinês e a produção
So
chinesa,
last year there
ano
were very
passado, por
substantial
exemplo,
imports of
haviam
primary aluminium into
importações
China
bastante substanciais no
in the
alumínio
order of
primário na
1.6
China,
million tons.
representando cerca de 1,6 milhões
However,
de
with
vezes.
consumption
O
and production
consumo e
recovering
a produção
robustly
recuperando
overall,
de
despite
forma
some of
bastante
the
robusta,
challenges that have been felt in
apesar de
recent
alguns
weeks,
desafios que foram vivenciados
imports
nos
have dropped
períodos
very dramatically
recentes,
to
as
very low
importações
levels.
caíram
In fact, they're also
dramaticamente para
becoming
níveis bastante
dominated
baixos,
by Russian
dominados
imports.
por importações russas.
Indeed, next year we also expect production to manage to
E no ano
outpace
seguinte
slightly
também
the
esperamos
growth
que a
that we're
produção vai
seeing on consumption.
lentamente
And this will mean that
repassar
we
no crescimento que nós
expect
vamos dar no
primary
consumo, e nós esperamos que a
production will
questão
exceed the requirements
da
of consumption will
produção vai
actually be a slight
exceder as
stock build
exigências, e você vai
from
ter
the
uma
very
pequena
low levels of stocks that
interrupção dos
currently
pequenos
exist in
níveis
China.
de estoque que atualmente existem.
One other important issue around China, of
Outra questão
course,
importante também
is
da
their export
China
market.
é a questão do
And
mercado
what
de
we've seen over
exportações.
much of the past couple of years on the raw product sector was
E que
very
nós vimos
rapid
nos
growth.
diferentes anos no
From the
setor de
middle of
produto é de fato um crescimento
2021
muito rápido.
until the last couple of
De meados
months,
de 2021
we
até os
saw
últimos
regular
meses,
growth rates
nós vimos
comfortably in
taxas de
excess of
crescimento
30% year
regulares,
on year, and
no excesso de
sometimes
30%
in
ano
excess of
sobre ano.
50% year on year. And this was going to a widespread of markets, partly due to
Isso
demand, partly
indo
due
para
to
muitos
growth.
mercados, parte por conta da demanda
However,
e
what we've
parte
seen
por
in the
conta do
last few months
crescimento.
is a
Mas o que
rapid
observamos nos
deceleration
últimos meses foi
in
uma
the growth
rápida
rates
desaceleração.
months
Na verdade,
data.
uma contração nos
And there
últimos
are a couple of
meses.
key reasons that I
E
wanted to
alguns
highlight as to why
motivos-chave
that's
que eu gostaria de
occurring.
destacar por isso
One is the
para
broader
isso ter
macroeconomic
acontecido.
backdrop.
Primeiro,
Clearly,
o
obviously, the
cenário
rapid growth rates were
macroeconômico
assisted
rápido,
by the
as
continued
taxas de
growth that we were
grande
seeing
crescimento
across the
foram
globe,
assistidas pelo aquele crescimento global
and the Chinese capacity that
e
could meet
pela
that extra
capacidade
demand.
chinesa que podia
Clearly, as the
atingir aquela
economic
demanda
activity has
extra.
slowed, you would expect a slower growth
Claramente,
rate.
com a
But
desaceleração
another
da
pivotal
atividade
factor
econômica, isso
is some
cairia também.
anti-dumping
Mas
duties. That's the
outro
abbreviation of
fator são
ADD
as
in the
taxas
headline of this slide.
antidumping, que é aquele ADD no título do
There was some
slide.
anti-dumping duties in the European
Houve
Union
taxas
on
antidumping
rolled
na União
products being
Dumping na União
imported from
Europeia,
China.
com
They
produtos
were
sendo
suspended in
importados
the
da
fourth
Europa,
quarter
foram
of last year.
suspensos no quarto
That led
trimestre do ano
to
passado, que
maybe this is too
levou,
emotive a word, but a relative
talvez
flood
seja
of
uma palavra
material in
muito
over
emotiva,
the
mas uma
next
inundação
6 to
de
9 months.
materiais nos
That
próximos 6 a
suspension
9
has now
meses.
ended as
Essa
of July of
suspensão
this year,
acabou em
and
julho desse
accordingly,
ano
with the
e, da
anticipation of
mesma
that
forma,
ending in
com a
July,
antecipação
imports
desse
into
término em
Europe
julho,
have dropped
as
off
importações
considerably
para a Europa
since May
caíram
from China,
consideravelmente
as
desde
you needed
maio
that
na
time
China,
for the
já
metal
que
to
era
go from
necessário
China
aquele
to
tempo para
reach
o
Europe.
metal ir para a China até a Europa.
But I think that's enough
Mas eu acho que isso já é o
showcasing some of the headwinds that
suficiente
are
de
prevailing
falarmos dos
at
ventos
present and over the
contras
next few months.
que
The
estão
fundamental
se apresentando
backdrop is
nos
that the
últimos
medium and,
meses.
for that matter,
Mas
long-term
a
prospects
questão
for
é que
aluminium demand remain
as
good. And I'd
perspectivas
like
de
to take a
demanda
few
para
minutes
alumínio no
now
médio
to
e longo
explain
prazo
why we
são
expect
melhores. E
that.
agora eu vou
And this is
explicar por
not
que
just an
esperamos que
emerging
isso
market
ocorra.
situation.
Não
Of course, emerging
não é
markets,
só uma
as one
situação
would
de mercados
expect, will
emergentes.
grow
É claro que isso é
strongly, and
esperado
we
que
will
haja um
see good
crescimento mais
growth
forte em
there
mercados emergentes,
for aluminium
com
demand.
boas taxas
But
de
there's
crescimento
actually
para
a
a demanda
number
de
of
alumínio.
structural
Mas
changes in
há diversas
industries
mudanças
where the
estruturais nas
applications of
indústrias,
aluminium
onde
will
as
go
aplicações de
very strongly,
alumínio
and this will
vão ganhar
continue
mais
to boost
força,
aluminium
e isso
demand
vai
in a
continuar a
number of
aumentar a
developed
demanda por
markets
alumínio
which
em
have been more
muitos
stagnant
mercados desenvolvidos
previously.
que estavam mais estagnados anteriormente.
And one of the key areas for
E
this
uma das
is in the
principais áreas para
electrification of the
isso
vehicle
é na
sector.
eletrificação do setor
So
automotivo.
apologies, especially with
Eu
the
peço
language, there are a
desculpas,
number of
principalmente pelo
abbreviations here,
idioma, há diversas siglas
but
aqui,
crucially, it's
mas
the
de
movement
forma
from your
básica é
traditional
essa
internal combustion
movimentação
engine car,
dos
standard
motores
car
de
that
combustão
almost
interna,
all of us
os
have
carros
been used
normais,
to,
padrão, que
towards what
basicamente
are
todos nós
broadly
conhecemos,
categorized as new
para
energy vehicles.
os novos
Whether this be
veículos com
hybrid
novas
electric
energias,
vehicles
sejam
or plug-in hybrid
veículos
or
híbridos,
battery
elétricos
electric
plug-in
vehicles.
ou
And we're seeing
elétricos a
this
bateria.
trend
E
gradually
essa é uma
occur across a
tendência
whole
que está
range of
ocorrendo
countries. We're seeing this
gradualmente em
particularly
diversos
in China and
países,
a number of
especialmente
European
na
countries,
China, em
but
diversos países da
progressively
União
it's spreading to
Europeia,
more and more
mas de
countries as
forma
they
mais
incentivize
agressiva
this
está se
move
espalhando
as
por
part
outros
of their
países
broader
conforme isso
climate
é
goals.
incentivado como
We
forma
anticipate
de
that as a
cumprimento das
result, new
metas
energy
climáticas.
vehicles will
Nós
represent
antecipamos esses resultados
25%
que
of global
veículos de nova
sales
energia vão
by
representar
2027
25%
and
das
in
vendas
excess of
globais em
50%
2027
by
e
the
mais
middle of the next decade.
50% até a metade da próxima década.
You could rightly be thinking at this point,
E nós
why is this
poderíamos pensar
important
de
for
forma
an
certa nesse
aluminium event
momento, por
such
que
as
é isso
this? And
importante
that's why
para um
this is the
evento de alumínio
crucial
como
next
esse?
slide.
E é por isso que esse próximo slide é tão
We've
importante.
undertaken a lot of work
Nós
by the team
trabalhamos muito, a nossa
at
equipe
CRU
trabalhou
to look in
muito aqui na
detail at
CRU
where
para
the
analisar
aluminium is
os
typically being
detalhes
used
de onde
within
o
the different
alumínio
vehicle
é usado
types.
nos diferentes tipos de
And
veículos
as
elétricos.
hopefully comes through on this slide
E o
here,
que eu espero que
the
fique claro
traditional
nesse
internal
slide
combustion engine
é
car,
que
which we
os carros
estimate
de
to have an
combustão
average of
interna
164
têm uma
kilograms per
média de
vehicle
160
globally,
kg por
is
veículo,
significantly less than
o
all
que
of
é
the other vehicle
significativamente
types
inferior a
highlighted here.
todos os
In
outros
fact, in the
tipos de
case of the
veículos
plug-in
destacados
hybrid, it's
aqui.
80
No
kilograms
caso
less.
do
So as
híbrido
every sale
plug-in, é com
in the
80
market
quilos a
moves from a
menos.
traditional combustion
Então,
engine car
conforme
to
o
other
mercado
cars, this is a
passa desses
substantial
carros
boost
de
for aluminium
combustão
demand
interna para
going
os
forward.
motores elétricos, vai
It's
haver um
also worth
aumento muito
noting, though,
grande no
that it's
consumo
not
de alumínio.
uniform across
É
all
importante
particular
notar que isso não
applications.
é uniforme em todas as
The
aplicações.
secondary castings could lose out in some
As
uses,
fundições secundárias
but for
poderiam
example,
perder em
rolled
alguns
product,
usos, mas, por exemplo, para
examples such as
produtos
battery foil,
laminados,
or in the
como
case
folha
of
de para
extrusions, for
bateria,
example,
ou
for battery
extrusões, por
boxes,
exemplo, para
we'll
caixas de
see stellar
bateria,
growth. It's
a gente
typified
vai ver um
here with
crescimento
growth
muito
potentially of 3
expressivo,
and even almost 4
crescendo
times
3
in
ou
the
quase
case of
4
extrusions.
vezes no caso das extrusões, por exemplo.
Given that situation, it's perhaps
Considerando essa
unsurprising that in
situação,
recent
provavelmente não é uma
months
surpresa
we've seen
que
a number
nos
of
últimos
announcements
meses
of
vimos
investments.
muitos anúncios de
I show a
investimento.
couple of examples
Eu
here in
mostrei
the
alguns
US
exemplos aqui nos
of
Estados
investments
Unidos
that
de
have been announced to
investimentos
look
que
into the
foram
electric vehicle
anunciados
market to
pensando
feed
no
the battery
mercado de
foil
veículos
sector.
elétricos para o
But it's
setor de
also the
folhas de
case that this is
bateria,
not the only
mas
area where there
também
is
essa não
growth.
é a única área onde o crescimento ocorre.
I show here a chart
Eu mostro
highlighting
aqui
can stock
um
consumption
gráfico que
globally.
destaca o
There have been some
consumo
challenges this
de
year,
materiais
and
para
growth has been a
lata
little bit
nesse ano.
slower
Houve um
than the stellar
crescimento
rate that was
um
achieved
pouco
last year
mais
globally in can
lento
stock.
do que o
But the
crescimento que
broad
ocorreu no ano
megatrends that are
passado,
really going
mas
to
a
drive
grande
can stock
tendência que
growth
vai
going
impulsionar
forward
esse
still
crescimento
prevail.
daqui para
And in that
frente
respect, it's
ainda
great to see so
permanece.
many aluminium
Então,
cans in front of me while
é
I
por
speak.
isso que eu fico tão feliz de ver tanto, não fico
But we
surpreso, na
continue
verdade,
to
de ver
expect
tantas latas de
movement
alumínio aqui
from
na minha frente.
PET
A gente
into
continua a esperar
aluminium.
esse movimento
Many
saindo
consumers
do
have
PET para o alumínio. Muitos consumidores pedem isso, muitas empresas estão trazendo essa mudança e isso vai ser uma tendência global nos próximos anos que vai realmente impulsionar esse mercado para frente. Nós vimos a situação onde os Estados Unidos, por exemplo, não construiu nenhuma planta de laminados nos últimos meses, mas isso ocorreu, investimentos foram feitos nos últimos meses por conta da demanda positiva nessa área. Falando agora sobre a demanda também, há outras áreas onde há uma perspectiva muito positiva para crescimento, como no setor solar e na demanda por eólica também. Dois setores que têm uma aplicação muito grande de alumínios que continuarão a ter um crescimento muito forte por algum tempo ainda. Um desafio para a indústria, agora falando da parte de suprimentos, isso não seria uma surpresa, pensando no que eu já comentei, são os preços da eletricidade, os preços de energia. Eu tenho certeza que todos aqui já sabem que para o alumínio primário o custo energético é um grande componente do custo ali, e é um custo que está subindo basicamente em todas as regiões, mas especialmente na Europa e no Brasil. Eu tenho uma dívida com a nossa equipe de Economics, que tem essa perspectiva de uma melhora dos preços no Brasil, mas o que é crucial para o sistema de alumínio é que a gente espera que os preços da Europa permaneçam altos nos próximos anos, pensando nas mudanças geopolíticas e na perda do gás da Rússia para esse mercado, que vai ser traduzido para um custo mais alto, fontes de energia com um custo maior nos próximos anos. E as consequências podem ser observadas, eu espero, nesse próximo slide. Um slide que destaca alguns dos desafios de suprimento que estão acontecendo. Nos últimos 12 meses, nós observamos que quase metade das capacidades da Europa tiveram que ser fechadas, 46%. Smelters sendo fechados na Espanha, na Holanda, em Montenegro, e eu poderia continuar listando. Portanto, a capacidade de todo, incluindo na Alemanha, França, até mesmo na Noruega. E é o custo energético que é o principal motivo que está causando isso não afetou todos os smelters de forma equivalente, depende muito da situação específica, claro, onde eles se encontram, mas aqueles que estão sendo mais afetados são aqueles que estão expostos a preços spot no curto prazo, que são insustentáveis para a produção dos smelters. Alguns que têm contrato de longo prazo, ou como na Noruega, ou que geram sua própria energia, têm uma possibilidade melhor do que aqueles que estão expostos aos preços do gás natural. Eu também gostaria de destacar que a gente espera mais fechamentos na Europa no próximo inverno, pensando na alta do preço do gás. Nós acreditamos que mais 215 mil toneladas de capacidade serão fechadas nos próximos meses. Smelters que conseguiram fazer um hedge da sua posição, esses hedges vão vencer e todos esses contratos de energia vão terminar, eles vão conseguir fazer novos e aí a operação não se tornará mais viável. De forma mais genérica, há alguns smelters globalmente que estão sofrendo com essa mudança nos preços e nos premiums. Isso causa problemas tanto na Europa, como eu mostrei no último slide, mas também na China. Recentemente, nós vimos um fluxo de capacidade na China sendo alterado por contas de custos. E é isso que está no gráfico da esquerda, que mostra um trabalho que foi concluído ontem, os custos no final de outubro para os smelters chineses, mostrando que mais da metade dos smelters chineses estão atualmente perdendo dinheiro. É claro que a indústria chinesa não é sempre tão responsiva no curto prazo, mas isso da mesma forma mostra os desafios que eles enfrentam. O restante do mundo, que é mais responsível para essas mudanças no curto prazo do preço, nós ainda observamos uma porção significativa da indústria sofrendo aqui, muito disso na Europa, claro, mas também há alguns smelters de alto custo nos Estados Unidos, Irã, Índia, atualmente estão tendo dificuldades com esses preços mais elevados. Considerando esse cenário, não é uma surpresa que tenhamos nesse gráfico da esquerda uma expectativa que a produção de alumínio fora da China caia no quarto trimestre nesse ano, considerando o número de fechamentos. Nós esperamos um pouco de recuperação no próximo ano, mas ainda uma taxa de crescimento bem modesta, parte por conta de um novo smelter na Indonésia e um ramp-up contínuo de alguns smelters grandes, como no Canadá e aqui no Brasil também.
I also wanted to touch on one
Eu
of the
também
medium and
gostaria de
long-term
mencionar
issues on the supply
questões de
side as
médio e
well,
longo
in
prazo na
terms of the
parte de
power
suprimento
sourcing.
também, com
So,
relação a fontes de
despite the
energia.
substantial and
Então,
attractive
apesar
reasons for
dos
movement
motivos
towards
muito atraentes
greener
para
and more
caminharmos
low
em
carbon
direção
smelters,
a smelters mais verdes
we're
e de
still
baixo
expecting that
carbono,
far more
ainda
than half
esperamos que mais
of
da
global new
metade
capacity
das
over the
nova
coming years
capacidade
is
global
going to
nos
come from a
próximos
combination
anos
of coal
venha
and
de uma
gas power.
combinação de
This will be a
carvão e
major challenge
gás,
for the
o que
industry
será um
and
desafio muito
highlights the
grande para a
potential
indústria
tightness
e
that
destaca
could prevail in
o
low carbon metal.
potencial para o metal de
So
baixo
bringing this
carbono no futuro.
together and looking at the
Então,
global market balance, what we've
reunindo tudo
seen is
isso,
a dramatic
olhando o balanço do
shift
mercado
in the
global,
position
nós estamos
in
observando uma
recent months.
mudança na posição
Over much of the past
nos
12
meses
to 18
recentes.
months,
Nos
we had
últimos
seen
12
a
a 18
large
meses, nós
deficit in
observamos um déficit muito grande na indústria global de alumínio, que é tipificado pelo gráfico da direita, que mostra as ações da London Metal Exchange que caíram de forma consistente desde a primavera de 2021 até poucos meses. E depois a gente viu uma breve recuperação e há sinais de que essas ações estão aumentando em outubro, subindo em outubro. Os nossos dados estão um pouco atrasados, é por isso que as barras não mostram exatamente isso. Mas o que vemos aqui é que o mercado tinha um grande déficit, mas por conta da mudança na demanda nos últimos meses, o mercado, na nossa opinião, está com um pequeno excedente, não muito, mas na verdade é notável que ainda estamos prevendo um déficit de mais de 260 mil toneladas. No próximo ano, nós esperamos que haja um excedente no mercado, cerca de 30 mil, muito na primeira metade do ano, antes de um equilíbrio maior seja atingido posteriormente. Mas é importante notar também que é um contraste muito grande dos outros momentos difíceis econômicos no alumínio, onde a gente tinha mais de 1 milhão de estoque que precisava ser trabalhado após a melhoria do ciclo econômico. Essa imagem que eu estou trazendo aqui é uma situação onde no final do próximo ano os estoques ainda estarão no nível que estavam no começo de 2022, o que é um nível relativamente baixo. E aí nós teremos uma melhoria na atividade econômica de forma mais ampla. E isso terá um suporte para o preço mais alto do alumínio, então, no médio prazo. Com relação a isso, nós acreditamos que os preços de alumínio vão passar por uma mudança no ano que vem. No curto prazo, por conta das pressões de demanda, os preços de alumínio vão cair a uma baixa no primeiro trimestre de 2023. No entanto, nós vamos observar uma recuperação gradual do preço posteriormente, para que possamos continuar a trabalhar com aquela capacidade de alto preço, de alto custo na Europa e em todos os outros lugares. E no médio prazo, a gente vai precisar ver uma recuperação da capacidade europeia, o que vai precisar de um preço muito mais alto no mercado. E é por isso que esperamos que em 2027 o preço da alumínio esteja $2.650 por tonelada. Um último comentário antes de eu passar para as minhas mensagens finais, que tem a ver com os comentários que foram feitos anteriormente. Aqui é uma ferramenta que analisa todos os smelters globalmente em sua pegada de carbono. A CBA, como vocês podem ver, está abaixo do benchmark que é usado para metal de baixo carbono. Eu também gostaria de destacar uma outra questão aqui. Talvez vocês conheçam já isso aqui, mas a Rússia, a situação em termos de alumínio, está num momento de transformação e com desfechos possíveis. E caso vocês tenham perguntas sobre isso, fico muito mais do que feliz em respondê-las depois. Mas agora, o que eu gostaria de destacar é que os smelters de alumínio da Rússia têm uma pegada de carbono muito baixa. Então, se esse metal não for vendido para aqueles que querem metal de baixo carbono no futuro, seja por conta das sanções da União Europeia ou por outras questões associadas à guerra, nós teríamos um aperto muito maior no mercado de baixo carbono muito mais rapidamente. E por isso, nós teríamos prêmios muito mais altos sendo pagos por produtos verdes do que anteriormente. Então, somente para concluirmos, eu gostaria de deixá-los com algumas mensagens principais. A demanda está enfraquecida, mas os estoques permanecem baixos. Há muita pressão na indústria de smelter europeia, significa que ele não há um excedente muito grande. Portanto, enquanto os preços vão enfraquecer no curto prazo, isso não será sustentável e haverá uma recuperação a partir da metade do próximo ano. Mas a Rússia permanece sendo uma grande incerteza para o mercado. De forma mais ampla, o que observamos é uma queda cíclica na demanda, mas uma perspectiva positiva no longo prazo, tanto para a demanda quanto para o preço, por conta dos desafios estruturais de preços de energia na Europa, e é por isso que a gente tem essa visão por o preço do alumínio no médio e longo prazo. Dito isso, gostaria de agradecer a todos pela atenção e gostaria de agradecer também ao trabalho da tradução. Muito obrigada. Now we continue with our event. CBA has brought a very special guest to give a very special presentation for you. He has a major in economy and social science by the University of São Paulo, a PhD in economy by the Cambridge University in England. He used to be a professor at the Cambridge University, at the University of São Paulo, and INSPER. And he was chosen as the best professor of the School of Economics, and also chosen the best economist by the Association of São Paulo. We are looking forward to hear what to expect from our economy in the coming year with so many changes and new announcements. Eduardo Janetti, welcome to Valuable Partnerships. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this CBA client meeting to share a view of the economic scenario for Brazil in 2023 and the coming years. For more than obvious reasons, this is the best moment for us to have the discussion. We have concluded quite a difficult election process and a post-election period that is also been difficult. I think now we have settled that issue. But in a moment like this, it makes sense to try to design what we can expect from this new government with an alternance in power which characterizes democracies, and now that we have a new government in office. I'm going to divide my presentation in three parts, and then we go to a Q&A. I'm going to talk a little bit about the global economy and what it implies to Brazil in the coming years. And then I'm going to talk about the Brazilian economic moment, a few good news, others not so good. And finally, I will do a prospective analysis on what is going to happen in the future as uncertainty about the new government decreases. I'll make a comment on the long term and a comment on the short term about this transition period and what it has been suggesting.
I wanted to start with a preface. So let's go back 4 years ago. Bolsonaro was recently elected, and we were trying to anticipate what was coming in the next few years. But not even the boldest analyst could have been remotely imagining what would come. We had 2 years of a pandemic, then soon after we had a war and an increase in the geopolitical tension with all of the consequences that we've just seen. for the aluminum sector and the prices of gas in Europe, etc. So the world is full of black swans, and they appear to be more frequent. These events that are improbable, unexpected, and they happen. So what would actually be less expected in a world where events that have really low probability to happen never happen. Events that have low probability in happening happen, and we learn with them just recently. The problem is that we don't really know which ones are going to be, and that's where the economists consider this clause, the ceteris paribus clause. So let's imagine a world where low probability events are not going to happen, and let's forecast what's coming ahead. And that's what we can really do at the end of the day with the intellectual honesty, because we're not capable of knowing what are the occurrences with low chances of happening. And so we hope this doesn't happen, but we know that based on everything we know from the past, from now onwards. So another point also about intellectual humility is that the economy has a characteristic that makes it stand out from other sciences. Why? Because economy is a meteorological perspective where we have a weather forecast where the weather forecast actually affects the actual weather. So what is this in economy? We call this the expectation. So what are the economic agents believing or imagining will come? So if they're confident and they think that this is going to be marvelous from now on, they get excited. They invest, consume, take credit, and the economy cycle moves along well. If the economic agents are terrified with the future, they adopt a defensive posture, like a storm is announced and they don't invest, they don't consume, they don't take credit. So they have a retraction that wouldn't have happened, and it takes place just because there's a weather forecast that's right or wrong took over the human imagination. So the more we study economics, we learn the role of the expectations in the determination of this process. And this is an additional element where people like me kind of make a life off performing economic forecasts. But now that I gave you this overview here, let me try to share a bit of some ideas or insights and perspectives that seem to be solid and at least convincingly certified so we can work in this direction. So I'll start off with the world. When we look at the world, we are noticing the end of two long cycles in the worldwide economy. First cycle that ends is the cycle of low inflation and low interest. We are entering a territory that should be extended for quite a while, and this period is the critical variable with interest and inflation that's going to be higher. Let me discuss this a bit more. I won't talk about the causes of this shift because this would take us onto a whole nother path, and our time is really short. We'll have the Q&A time later on to go deeper if we want. So what happens in this world with inflation and interest that's higher and this long recent cycle indicates? Well, the big question among economists is if we are getting back to this extra inflation, this combination of an extended effect of a world with high inflation and recession or stagnated economies. So there are two positions. Some people think we're getting back to that phenomenon that we had in the end of the 70s and beginning of the 80s, where there was a big shift in the American monetary policy. Remember what was happening in the beginning of the 80s? One of the consequences of this was the crisis of the external debt in Latin America. We had this extended period of inflation, retraction. And I'm going to take on the second position where we are in this world where despite higher interest and inflation should remain, this does not take us to an extra inflation situation as in the end of the 70s. What's the justification of this prognosis? What's expecting us is probably a recession that's going to be short and soft, 1 year or a little more at most from now onwards. Actually, we have three factors. First, expectations. When there was this phenomenon in the crisis in the end of the 70s, just to give an idea, the prices in the US had doubled compared to the previous 10 years. The economic agents had already incorporated in their behavior a world with higher inflation. This makes it a lot more difficult to work as a central bank to bring the inflation downwards again. So that's why it was important to have a long period with very high interest, as we had with the Federal Reserve really moving in this direction. In the last 10 years, after this increase in the inflation that we noticed in 2022, the prices in the United States had not gone up 100%, they had gone up only 26%. So there was not the enrooting process of the expectations towards inflation. And that makes a huge difference. So it won't be necessary, most likely, to have a very long, high interest period to bring the inflation to this neighboring level. The first signs demonstrate that the American inflation has already shifted to its maximum point, and it's already at a convergence state to get closer to the target for inflation. So these 2 points are a rupture in the supply chains during the period immediately after COVID, which led to increases in prices with freight costs and other aspects. And finally, the war in Ukraine that provoked this initial movement that was really significant in the increase of commodity costs, especially when it comes to energy, since the world, especially Europe, was becoming independent in the supply of energy. Um, and if these are interconnected in the energy market. So these two factors are really well accommodated. They're not pressuring the inflation anymore, which is one more reason to believe we're not at a return in this inflation, but really in a economic retraction period. Um, because it reduces the space for interest reduction. And this is the first big cycle that was ended. Um, so the second greatest cycle that finished, as you work in this supply chain for the aluminum, you have a lot of relevance in this aspect. And this is a cycle that's going to be more long term. It's the end of the hyper globalization. We experienced from the mid 80s all the way here a period of greater density in this interdependence from an economic perspective at a global level, as we would never seen before in the economic history, and not even in another major globalization period at the end of the 19th century until the beginning of the First World War do we have such a significant increase of the economic relationships between the countries in commercial aspects and financial aspects. But from the 80s all the way here, we had a furious globalization period. To mention just one case that's very relevant from the central bank, we incorporated to the global labor market hundreds of thousands of Asian workers, and they were completely separate from the reality, from the global reality. So these workers have high productivity, very disciplined workers, and willing to work for a fraction of what their peers make in the rest of the world because they were coming from a context of poverty and misery. So the big companies started to work with the whole world as their economic decision making space. There was a huge concentration in scale in very few regions in the world. And this logic in globalization is very powerful from the perspective of the economic aspects. It provides gains in efficiency and productivity that are extraordinary, and that's why it took place. So you concentrate the production in that region and in that market, and it's possible to do so in a more efficient way, operating in this huge scale of global suppliers. So the McKinsey consulting firm published a study demonstrating that for 180 products that are considered critical, um, there is probably just one or two suppliers at a global scale. So that's the logic behind globalization. Within all of this, you have sectors such as what we just mentioned recently now about electric vehicle production. You have other critical sectors such as the production and refining of minerals such as lithium, nickel, and cobalt. So they're highly concentrated among very few suppliers globally. Pharmaceutical active ingredients, 80% of the worldwide production comes from only two countries, China and India. But this logic behind globalization, which is economically very powerful, demonstrated during the pandemic, another aspect that was not very clear up until then, an increase in the vulnerability. And this was worsened with the war in Ukraine and the increase in the tension from a geopolitical perspective between the US and China, especially when it came to the aspect of the autonomy in Taiwan. The vulnerability is that in a world that's so interdependent, um, a technical problem in a global supplier quickly becomes a planet problem, and that leads to a quick shutdown of entire economic sectors. So there's a huge trend that's very consistent to rethink and redesign certain things when it comes to diversifying and increasing the security of the supply chains and production chains globally. So now we're talking about a nearshoring and the friendshoring. So suppliers that don't represent threats from a geopolitical perspective and where there's not major risks for conflict. So now we're seeing maybe the deglobalization. Well, I wouldn't use that term. I think that's too exaggerated, but no doubt we're seeing a bit of a slowdown in the globalization processes. So we start seeing interesting opportunities amidst this phenomenon for a country with characteristics like Brazil. And I'm going to talk about this a little more specifically at the end when I talk about opportunities for the Brazilian economy to grow consistently in the future. So, two phenomena that are very interesting that I would like to highlight: the end of the low interest era and low inflation era, and the end of the hyperglobalization. Now we're going to see this reorganization of investment decisions to reduce the reliance and the critical dependency in certain areas that an entire production chain depends on around the world. And so now I'm going to start talking about Brazil a bit. And some good news here. Our external accounts are in order. So with the world of high interest rate, if we didn't have a solid position when it comes to finances compared to the rest of the world, we could be facing a huge crisis at this moment. But thankfully, that's not the case. Our external accounts, after a very long period where they were a bit more vulnerable, left us in vulnerability situation, now represent solidness that I think very few emerging markets have. Our deficit is extremely low. It's about 2% of the Brazilian GDP. It's very small, and it's totally funded by investments directly, foreign direct investments, which is the modality that is most permanent and most trustworthy for resources to enter the country, because they are resources that come to invest long-term investments and capacity in the country. So even during the pandemic, although this dropped a bit, we have been surprisingly not, we did not have a disappearance of the foreign investments in Brazil, and now it's getting back to the pre-pandemic levels, about $60 billion annually. So this is a reality that makes us more comfortable from the perspective of sustaining Brazil in its relationships with the rest of the world. Our superavit in the commercial balance is very significant, very robust. We have currency reserves, and these are also very safe and even bigger than what they would need to be technically. But you need to have bigger reserves than smaller reserves, and Brazil is really in order, contrary to what other emerging countries are going through, like Turkey and Argentina, which are caught by an increase in international interest rates. Um, unexpectedly, just as Warren Buffett would mention. It's just when you have a low tide, when you can notice we were swimming too far, right? So the increase in interest rates is probably a low tide, but some people are kind of swimming too far, but we are not. And so some of the news here are a little mistakenly bad, not as good, but 2022 was a positive surprise. We started the year foreseeing very, very low growth in Brazil, about 1.5%. We're ending the year with about a growth of 2.5 and 3%. Don't get too excited. It's really a growth based on stimulants. So when these stimulants, which are completely legitimate, and justifiable during the pandemic, in 2022 we had this economic cycle, an election economic cycle that was impeccable, right? Very powerful incentives and demand. We have a huge scope of stimulus, but you know what they represent with the Corona voucher and other government expenses, even in the states, not only at the federal level. The states had a lot of uh, cash available to spend during the election years, with a level of investments in the Brazilian states, which was completely abnormal, which is standard in an election year. But this year was even broader than this. So besides all of the stimulus coming from the reduction of taxes upon fuel and IPI taxes, etc. So it's really a demand stimulus that produced a growth in all levels, the anticipation of the FGTS, and they're even anticipating future FGTS rates. So this wasn't even materialized. So there's a lot of other things that I'm not going to overdo, but the repertoire is pretty low. So this type of demand really represents the higher performance than what we would mention when you look at the general conditions. So if this the word growth and economy kind of hides two very different realities, which is important for whoever's looking at longer term decisions. One thing is if you have a very short term growth when the country or an economy is operating below full employment and there's a bit of an idle capacity that's ready to be engaged in the short term and increase the offering. That's what growth is all about. You have a demand stimulus, the economy is operating below what it could be operating with. You have the physical capital, human capital available, and everything is ready to be used, and then the economy responds quickly. So it's this kind of growth that we're noticing this year. Another very distinct thing is the sustained growth, because there's a moment in time where you can't continue to grow by reducing the idle capacity, because if not, in certain sectors that will start being in existence. Some sectors, this happens before others. So when there's not more room to grow, just by getting closer to full employment, because you're already in full employment, then growth starts relying on a whole nother complex scenario. It's a lot more difficult because it relies on resource and income transfers from the present to the future, or savings and investments. So the level of investments in Brazil, setting up actual fixed capital investments, physical capital, and human capital, which is so relevant as the physical capital in the production conditions in the world. The capacity of training and developing human capacity is also extremely low. It was already low historically. Brazil was never a country that was really noted for a major capacity of giving up things in the present to improve their future, which is this is the movement, right? You have this intertemporal exchange, but from the recession in 2015 and 16, we had an additional drop in investments in Brazil, and these did not recover ever since. So the level of investments that we have today is about 19 or 20% of the GDP, and you can't expect sustained growth above 1.5% a year, except when in this situation with the stimulus and demand and some idle capacity, you start getting close to the exit of a situation that was below full employment. So the biggest danger in economy is when you think 1 year is going to be the same as the next, or unavoidably guarantee the same standard and the same performance up ahead. So based on everything we know today, of course, all of the forecasts today are really relying on the next government, and that's what I'm going to talk about in just a bit. But in the fundamentals that we're looking at, um, we need to consider this. But now let's get into the bad news. So the first news, which is going to occupy a lot of the economic debate in 2023, is our issue with the tax situation, our fiscal situation, public accounts in Brazil. Once again, there's a difference between the photo and the film. If you look at a photo, an instant snapshot of the Brazilian finances, 2022 was not a bad year. Look how surprising. At the end of 2021, the gross debt of the public sector was about 80%. Pretty high for a medium income country, which normally have an average of 65% gross debt. Brazil had 80. So throughout 2022, the gross debt of the public sector in Brazil dropped to something around 78%. In a year where, despite all of the expenses, we had a small primary superavit, or surplus. So if you look at all of public government, is excluding the payment of interest and look at the revenue, we had a primary surplus of about 1.1% of the GDP. So someone could look at this from a static perspective and say, oh, besides having good accounts, you have your public accounts also pretty much in order. The debt's dropping and a primary surplus. But unfortunately, you can't state any of this because the film is not like this. 2022 is a year that is completely different. It's completely different from anything we've seen when it comes to the dynamic of the gross public sector debt as well as the primary balance. So what allowed this drop in the public debt drop as a proportion of the GDP was that, first of all, you had high inflation. So it went over double digits in the worst periods throughout the year. High inflation means that the denominator of the public debt nominally grew, and that of course reduces the public as a proportion, the debt as a proportion of the GDP. So it means you have better tax collections indexed at a higher rate than public expenses. Actually, the government did not give an increase to the salaries of the public employees, and that allows you to have a short-term savings in but tax collection boomed because growth was more than what they imagined. Prices of commodities also were valued over the years. So that's a whole other reason to have good results in public accounts. More growth, less pressure upon public accounts, and more dynamic approaches in the economy. But let's not get into an illusion. Brazil is in a situation that is extremely delicate still when it comes to public finances, and addressing this problem is absolutely crucial for what's going to come from now onwards. It's evident that after an election where there was a huge amount of promises, the elected government, regardless of who it was, would have to fulfill at least part of these promises. For example, the Bolsa Familia government support of 600 reais throughout a long period of time for the next years. The lower growth, which will not help much with the tax collection. Lower inflation will also not help with tax collection, and the net debt to EBITDA, net debt GDP ratio. But besides all of this, we have very high interest. That's one of the highest in the world, about 7%. And that's applicable to a public debt of high proportions. And what's on the table now is time has gone by real fast, but we're looking at the recovery of the tax anchors. This tax anchor, fiscal tax anchor, is not an instant adjustment because any assumption in performing a quick adjustment would lead to economic costs that would be prohibitive. So this a fiscal or tax anchor means that after a certain period in time, when the debts grew significantly, as was pandemic, and also now in the first year of the Lula government, which unavoidably the public debt will grow. But that means that after this period, you can notice that, and there's some reasons that are quite credible to look at this track record of the public debt and dynamics and notice that it tends to reach stability and a small decline over time. That's an expectation. So we're unfortunately right at the we could absorb the primary deficit of maybe 2 or 3% in the first year of the government because you're going to have to do a lot of things. You have government support, incentives, investments, a lot of different pressures on the table. But we're going to have to create at the same time some kind of a tax anchor, fiscal anchor. The limit on expenses, well, not necessarily. Actually, not necessarily is that would we need a formal rule. What's critical is the dynamic of the public debt in Brazil. For the financial market is looking at this carefully, which is the dynamic of this debt. So it's either moving towards, for believable reasons, to some kind of a stable situation and a slight drop, or as we had conquered at the end of the Temer government that had some work to recover this tax anchor and fiscal anchor in Brazil with this limit. We can do this once again as well, or we will head towards a direction of uncontrolled debt growing in an unsustainable way. Markets are anticipating all of this, and then you get into this vicious cycle. Currency depreciation that pressures the inflation, that forces central bank to keep really high interest rates, and that becomes a retrofeeding process in the actual debt. And then we head towards a crisis. Or we have a virtuous cycle. Recovered fiscal anchor, you have valorization, appreciation of the currency, and you have more room for a drop in interest rates, lower public debt expectations, trust, and the economic cycle moves in a positive direction. So these are the two scenarios. We're reaching the end of our time, but I just wanted to share 2 points that are the end or final remarks. First, long term. Where is Brazil growing? Where's the Brazil we would desire to be able to have a economic development and really become prosperous? There's a point I would really like to share, which is the following. We should look at the last 70 years in the world. Only 12 countries all over the world were able to overcome what is called the medium income threat or trick. We've been stuck in this point where we reach a certain level of income per capita, but we can't converge towards higher income. 12 countries in the world were able to overcome this in the last 7 decades. A fundamental point was all of these countries, no exceptions, did this by increasing exports of their GDP, the proportion of what they sell to the world of what they produce. No exceptions. So they've either done this by increasing exports of processed goods, industrialized goods, like Israel and other places, or they increased the exports of services and the work of non-residents that send their savings back to the country of origin. And so Spain, Greece, Portugal, and Ireland, or countries that increase their presence in commodities, such as in Australia, New Zealand, and Norway. So Brazil has the conditions to increase its presence in the worldwide flow of commerce in the 3 different fronts of manufacturing, services, and commodities as well. agribusiness, mining, and energy. I really like seeing that graph on the drop on the electric power costs expected, and I hope that becomes a reality. So that would be fantastic to take on this step. So Brazil represents 3% of the worldwide GDP. So our exports are 1% of these exports. And we continue to be one of the countries that is most closed in the planet. Now, increasing our exports is a both-way street because you don't increase your capacity to sell to the world being super competitive and efficient if you can't also buy from the world with the inputs, technology, machinery, and infrastructure that you need and equipment necessary to increase this efficiency.
So it's about improving the flow. It's a two-way highway. You have to buy more of what the world has to offer, and then you sell more to the world what you can produce in a competitive scale. And last, uh, of course, the business environment is also essential. If I were to start the agenda of reforms in the new government by choosing one reform, especially in the beginning of the term where there's a lot of political capital, I would start with the tax reform. We urgently need to improve our business environment from the tax perspective. I don't know if you have read in the newspaper today all the tax related cases that are supposed to be judged at our superior court. It's around 1 trillion reals. We cannot live with so much tax uncertainty. If you are assuming the risk of a long term investment, you have to calculate the return you will get in time. If you don't have confidence on the tax regime that the country will have in the next 6 months, how are you going to calculate your returns? A change in the tax regime can make one sector of the economy suffer and make an excellent project impossible to happen. So I would invest the political capital in the tax reform. There is a good proposal being discussed in conference currently that basically unifies many taxes, of course, with a period of transition. I have one final message and then I will conclude. My initial gut or intuition on the transition that we are following, it's a positive one. We are clearly outlining two groups inside the Lula administration that are fighting for space, which is legitimate in a new government. And it happens at any government. We saw that in the Bolsonaro administration. The economic group, the military group, and the family group, as I would call it. What are the two groups that are being formed in the Lula government? We have the group with that received a broader amount of support with Alckmin, Marina, Haddad, and we have the more traditional Labor Party group. These two groups are competing for space and ministries and for space in the government. And now I will talk about my impression or my gut. The most relevant areas, in my opinion, for the management of this new government are economy, environment, and education. I believe that these three areas will be with the first group, a more moderate one. Other areas might be distributed to the more to the group that is closer to the historical ideology of the Labor Party. I believe that we are moving towards a pattern that will be similar to the first term in office of Lula. And to the surprise of many, the government that Lula did in his first term was not similar to what he used to say in the past or before that, because in his first term, he governed with acknowledged leaders in Brazilian society and not necessarily members of his own party. Let's remember who was on his ministries. All people who were acknowledged by society. Henrique Meirelles on the central bank. and on the Ministry of Economy, Palocci, that called a very quality team of economists, Ricardo Paes de Barros, Joaquim Levy, Moreira Portugal, and a group of people that was highly skilled from the technical point of view. I believe, and I might be committing the sin of wishful thinking here, but from what I have read, that I have had, I believe that we are walking towards something similar. The economy, the environment, and education will be with leaders that are acknowledged by the Brazilian civil society and not by people that are traditionally more aligned with the Labour's Party, even if the person occupying one of those seats is from the Labour Party. Because, for example, the former Ministry of the Economy from the first Lula administration was from the Labour Party, but was able to maintain a level of stability in the country. I hope this is not wishful thinking, but if I am, please correct me the next time we see each other. But this is the reading that I make today in this moment of transition before the new government takes office. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Eduardo. It's always very good to listen to you. I'm going to ask you to stay on stage so we can start a Q&A session on the last two presentations. I would like to invite back to stage Ross from CRU Group, who will join Eduardo for this round of questions and answers. And if you don't have questions for Eduardo Giannetti, I have a list of my own here, but I'm sure there will be many questions. Anyone from the audience would like to ask a question to Giannetti or Ross? Let's see if we have a question online. No questions? Oh, we have a question there. Good evening. First, I would like to say thank you to CBA for such a great event. And my question is for Professor. You mentioned the export of manufactured goods, which is our expectation. At least it was our expectation to continue with the Bolsonaro government with the small reforms that was going to be good. But this government in the past had a focus on public, on the presence of the state, and that makes us export costs, and that's why we don't export goods. Our national inefficiencies destroy our competitiveness to export. So, how do you see these two elements that seem to go against each other? I see things slightly differently from what was actually done by the current administration to improve the Brazilian business environment. And I'll start by going back to the most important reform that we need, which is the tax reform. I am surprised, I'm actually surprised that after 4 years, the Bolsonaro administration uh, haven't even presented a proposal of a tax reform. Much was said about reestablishing that tax over transactions, which is something that doesn't make any sense in the time we are. We lost a lot of time with that. So we didn't have a proposal coming from the government or a conduction for a tax reform being done by the government. They forgot about the proposals that were already being discussed in Congress. They didn't consider them, and there was no movement towards that direction. And this is the most important improvement that Brazil needs in the business environment. I hope that this new government has a lot of clarity when it comes to that. And especially, I hope that they make good use of the beginning of the term, because what has been common in all governments in Brazil since the 88 Constitution is the same. They start with a lot of power, with a lot of strength, and then at a certain moment in time, the power relation or power struggle with the Congress changes. And halfway through their term, the government is held hostage to the worst forces in the Brazilian Congress. And it was no difference in the Bolsonaro administration. When there was the threat of the impeachment during the pandemic, he gave up on his discourse of the new way of doing politics and he became allied with these forces that are always ready once they notice that the host is weak. They start determining the rules. And what was used to negotiate this survival or this rendition of the government administration? It's called the secret budget. In a country in which discretionary spending is as small as it is, when you think of the federal government, more than 40% of discretionary expenses was sent to parliamentary amendments that are not even public. They're all related to the secret budget. Did you see the number for investments in infrastructure that is part of the budget that this government sent for next year? It's ridiculously low because the money all went through the secret budget. Why did the pharmacy, a government program to distribute medicine was interrupted? Because the money of that program went to the secret budget. So my perspective is not the same as yours. Of course, there is a risk of populism, and we saw that in the Dilma administration. It was a disaster that took place in Brazil, and we're still paying for the lack of control in the public accounts that took place during the Dilma administration, not to mention the use of BNDES and other practices that were highly inefficient and contrary to the economic logic. The first term of the Lula administration was not that. The economic team was incredible. And I'm happy to say that in the government that we would least expect that movement to take place. Is he going back to the pattern of his first term, or is he going back to what happened in his second term and in the Dilma administration? My reading right now is that we are closer to what he did in his first term. And this is a consistent movement. It starts with his choice for vice president. It includes Marina Silva going back to having conversations with the government as part of an environmental program that is very important, especially in a country like Brazil, with our position for low carbon transition. Our international credibility is essential, and there's a huge goodwill towards Brazil in the world today. This is very clear, even with investments. Marina has made a public commitment and a written commitment with a program to recover the credibility of the Brazilian environmental policies, especially when it comes to the Amazon. After that, we had that meeting with the candidates and then the economists from the Catholic University of Rio that formulated the Rio plan, who are the elite of the economists in Brazil, supporting the Lula administration. And now the transition team, the economic transition team that has two experts, that's Juanina and Andrea Rezende. So I think that we are moving towards something that will be more similar to his first term, not what happened in his second term or the Dilma government. Do we have any more questions? Any questions for Ross or for Janetti? Janetti, I have a question for you. You talked about the need of a fiscal anchor, not necessarily including a cap of expenses. And from what we have discussed with other economists, this is the view that the market has. How do you assess the market's reaction today to what Lula has said over the cap of expenses that has caused an intense movement, so to speak? The market loves volatility. They make money with volatility. And there are many other things behind that. Bradesco, the Bradesco Bank has announced a very disappointing result. It led to a very significant drop in their stocks. It has nothing to do with the Lula interview. But of course, there will be volatility before the economic team is defined. Rest assured, if they say one thing, our currency evaluates. And they say something else the other day and it devaluates. It's volatility. The financial market loves volatility and they will explore every opportunity to uh, make money through speculation. I wouldn't take the movement that took place in one day so seriously, especially because it's associated with a factor that does not fully explain what happened. Questions from the audience? Sou eu, Renata, de novo. A Lusa não consegue enxergá-la. Na sua previsão de preço, quais são os riscos dessa previsão? Você confia essa previsão, sei lá, em 80%, 70%? E uma outra pergunta seria, se você poderia falar mais sobre a questão da Rússia. Você acha que isso pode ser banido do mercado europeu? Obrigado, Renato. Ótimas perguntas. Em termos da previsão, claramente seria errado tentar sugerir que poderia haver um nível de certeza nessas previsões. Mas o que eu diria é com uma grande confiança é que o ponto mais baixo do preço deve estar chegando por conta do argumento do custo que está ali. Então, diversos smelters já estão perdendo dinheiro, essa situação está piorando, os preços continuam a cair, considerando os custos energéticos. Então, isso seria a principal fonte para uma transformação. É claro que o momento exato ainda é incerto. E eu acho que isso me leva à sua segunda pergunta sobre a Rússia, que essa é a maior incerteza de todas da indústria de alumínio no momento. Só para um contexto maior, há 3 grandes iniciativas que foram especuladas, algumas com mais substância do que outra. Uma Os Estados Unidos pode banir metal da Rússia, a União Europeia pode banir metal da Rússia, e houve um paper que foi publicado pela Alumi, eles ainda vão compartilhar os resultados, se eles podem também remover a compra de metais da Rússia. Pensando na Europa especificamente, que foi, né, a sua pergunta, eu acho que é pouco provável atualmente, considerando a situação europeia, que eles introduzam algum tipo de proibição para a compra de metal russo. A União Europeia sempre foi uma grande importadora de milhões de toneladas de metais russos já há muitos anos, e encontrar fontes alternativas para esse metal é bastante desafiador. Alguns consumidores individuais estão criando sanções próprias, dando esses passos, e isso está sendo feito por questões éticas e morais. Principalmente os países do norte da Europa gostam dessa ideia, porque eles têm preocupações com a situação na Rússia, e essa é uma mensagem que eles querem transmitir, mas muitos países no sul da Europa, Espanha, Itália, Grécia, dependendo da sua definição de Europa até a Turquia, esses países têm uma posição mais tranquila com isso, e os consumidores ali também têm uma disposição maior para continuar comprando metal russo. Então há essa divisão. É muito difícil entender como, no nível da União Europeia, isso pode atingir um consenso para chegarmos a. É claro que a geopolítica pode mudar, a situação na Ucrânia é muito fluida. Caso haja um aumento maior, chegando até o nível da União Europeia, há poucos passos que poderiam ser dados, considerando todos os passos que já foram tomados, com diversos pacotes de sanções que foram feitas nesse ano. Há um número limitado de ações que poderiam ser feitas, e o alumínio permanece como sendo uma delas. Com relação ao preço do alumínio no curto prazo, essa queda que você previu, isso se baseia basicamente no custo energético da Europa, certo? Essa seria a principal justificativa. Mas você não acredita que essa mudança no mercado energético europeu, por exemplo, que alguns países estão mudando para um sistema diferente, você não acha que isso removeria essa pressão dos custos de energia, especialmente em países como Áustria, Noruega, Alemanha, que não seriam afetados tanto pelos preços de gás com a mudança nesse mercado? Obrigada pela pergunta interessante. Eu pensaria de forma diferente nas fraquezas do preço. O preço baixo hoje vem mais da demanda. É claro que tem a ver com a inflação, que é um elemento importante para esse custo energético, mas isso também existe. Mesmo que os custos energéticos nos próximos meses sejam inferiores do que antecipamos, ainda haveria pressões econômicas e uma demanda fraca na Europa. E também não temos certeza que esse acordo na Europa sobre a questão energética, a última vez que eu vi, há poucos dias, na verdade, parece pouco provável que eles vão conseguir chegar a um consenso sobre a questão energética. De novo, é parecido com a situação da Rússia. Há visões contrastantes entre países diferentes e a gente precisaria de um consenso para que isso fosse colocado em prática. Obrigada, Ross. In the past 10 years, we saw a devaluation of our currency, the real, in the macroeconomic scenario. Considering your positive outlook, the trend for the long term is for our currency to gain value again, or this is a longer term trend? That's an excellent question. This is a key point for us. When Lula was elected in 2003, inflation was at 12%, and the real was at $4. Four today would be eight, right? For then today would be eight. The credibility shock made this scenario that pretty much seemed impossible to be changed to actually change. In the end of the year, the real had revalued again, inflation was going down, there was a level of safety and a confidence, and this perception that Brazil was not starting a new adventure. This legacy was a legacy of fear that the market had that Lula would uh, govern as he has always said he would in his history. I believe we might see something similar to that. Because the public debt history, I'm going to be a little bit more technical. Public debt depends on three variables. It depends on interest rates on the debt, it depends on the GDP, and it depends on the primary. So if we have an appreciate or valuation of the real, this will help us a lot because there will be a deflation effect that will allow the central bank to accelerate the decrease of the interest rates along the year, which will release resources in the budget to be used, not paying interest rates from the debt, but to be invested in infrastructure and other purposes. So this virtuous cycle includes a valuation of our currency. And again, it depends on what I said in the beginning. It depends on expectations. It depends on expectations. Like I said, the forecast of the weather affects, changes the weather. Expectations are not random. They are based on facts and believable commitments. If we end up with positive expectations, we start a virtuous cycle. valuation, lower inflation, a faster reduction on the interest rates, an improvement in the budget. We can increase expenses and fund promises in the campaign, and so on and so forth. Now, if the expectation is opposite to that, everything that's opposite is going to happen. More pressure on the inflation, the central bank cannot work, the budget is even more inflexible, and so on and so forth. So the game of expectations now is decisive. So we start a virtuous cycle that we are all hoping for. We have a question here in the front. Jeanette, my question is a question of a mother who is concerned about the future of her kid. We have seen a great difference in the birth rates in Brazil. Families that have access to education, can pay quality education to their kids. They family have 1, 2 kids, sometimes no, versus families that have more children who do not have access to education or resources and that are encouraged by social programs to have more kids. What is the consequence of that for our economy in 20 years when my kid joins the workforce? Are we going to bring professionals from abroad? What is the impact that this will have? So the feeling that I have is that we are going to have of a lack of qualified professionals to make the economy functions as it should. And I don't know if there's a program and anything that the government is doing for that. This question allows me to talk about a very important topic. You're asking about the development of human capital in Brazil. I'm going to put some numbers to what you're saying. Brazil is ending a demographic transition that is going to be key for the future in the coming decades. One of the highlights of this demographic transition is how fast the average of children per woman has dropped on average. In Europe, it took 60 years for women to start having from 3 to 2 children on average during their reproductive life. 6 decades to drop from 3 to 2. Do you know how many years it took to Brazil for that to happen? Is again, we're talking about the average of the whole country. 19 years. It was very fast. The birth rate in Brazil dropped really fast. If you look today, the birth rate in Brazil is not even 2, it's 1.8, which is less than the replacement rate, which is 2.1. So why is the population still growing, even with women on average are having less than the recomposition rate? It's funny. Since the population grew a lot in previous decades, the number of people in reproductive age is larger now. So even if women having children, less children that would be necessary to keep the population as it is, the population is still growing, but it will stabilize. And this is amazing news for those who are worried about education. Even if we do not increase expenses with education as the proportion of the GDP, the number of children entering school drops drastically in the next years and next decades. There will be an increase in the per capita investment. So the scenario, and you're absolutely right to think about the difference in the birth rates, which is still high in Brazil. And what explains this difference in birth rate is the education level of the mother. The more years the mother has spent in education, the fewer children the mother will have. Fewer years the mother has spent in education, more children they will have. And it has dropped for all women, but on the Brazilian average, the number is quite strong. And since you mentioned this, I wanted to share with you one of these fun facts in Brazil that has to do with Auxílio Brasil. This is not being discussed right now, but I think it will. There's a mistake in the design of the Auxílio Brasil program, which is, I have the numbers right in front of me. Auxílio Brasil, it reaches 20.7 million families that are in situations of poverty and extreme poverty. 20.7 million families. Let's imagine 3 people per family. We're talking about 60 million Brazilians that are receiving this money transfer. There's something wrong in a country in which 60 million people, we're no longer in the pandemic, depend on public resources to survive. But what I wanted to talk is not about how big the program is. Look what happened to this program. A family with 5 people receives the same amount with a family with 1 child. Guess what happened? The number of families with a single individual in Brazil has grown exponentially. I have the number here. I don't have it in my mind, so I have to read it. Families with 1 individual represented 15.2% of the total of the families receiving benefits from the program in November 2021. 15.2% were families with a single child. Do you know how much that number is today? 25.8%. There's a huge mistake in the design of the program, and this needs to be corrected. This has ruined even the registration process because the registration no longer reflects the reality. You are making a major incentive so people register and different from their reality. If it's the benefits the same, if you have 5 children or 1 child, why are you going to present the reality? You say, oh, it's a family of a single individual. If you look at the PNAD number, what is the number of 1 individual families in Brazil? On average, 7.7%. Families in situations of poverty, we have 25.8 of families with 1 family member receiving this benefit.
So this is a huge mistake in the design of this program, but we're going to have to face this. Or are we going to spend all our life transferring income to 60 million people? If we were under war or in a pandemic, all right. But is this going to be long lasting or perpetual? Well, we need to end our Q&A due to the schedule. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Janetti. It's a round of applause for the excellent content presented by both. I would like to invite you to take your seats again because now we're reaching one of the highlights of our event. We reserved a special announcement for this event. It's a major launch that we're going to be working on to be able to share this news. And I want to invite the CEO of CBA, Ricardo Carvalho. Welcome again, Ricardo. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you, Janet and Ross, for participating in this event and contributing so much to our event with international information and information about Brazil. Now we have a launch we'll have today where the rationale is, we've spoken about this a lot. You already know that our aluminum is low carbon. We have an ESG approach that's very structured and incorporated into our management with many different actions and strategies that are very well connected. Now, how can you as customers, as you know, our low carbon economy, how can you use this in a way where sort of CBA can certify this and your customers can also receive this benefit, and the products and the products from your customers can really be having low carbon. So to announce this certificate, and the seal I'm going to announce today, and we're going to officialize for all of our products that can be used for the market as a whole. And this is the best moment to do so with our customers here, to be able to share this with this official launch of our declaration through this award, and our low carbon aluminum with this ESG approach as well. So I think we have a quick video to show you that's going to be shared.
O alumínio que produzimos tem um grande papel na vida das pessoas, na sociedade e no meio ambiente. Sabemos que para oferecer soluções em alumínio que transformam vidas, é preciso ir além, sempre pensando no futuro. E para nós, o futuro é feito de alumínio. Chegou o Alenium, o selo CBA para o alumínio sustentável. Esse selo identifica o nosso alumínio de baixo carbono. O Alenium leva o nosso compromisso em contribuir para um mundo mais sustentável para todas as pessoas e para o próximo milênio. Afinal, quando a sustentabilidade faz parte de quem somos, tudo se torna conectado e construímos uma nova realidade para pertencer. Alenium, o selo do novo milênio.
So here on this slide, the stamp or the seal can be used in final products, and we also have it's placed on products that are manufactured with low carbon aluminum. But besides all of this, of course, there's these characteristics: low carbon emissions, 100% renewable energy, connected to targets approved by the Science-Based Targets and in line with the Paris Agreement. We have this target for greenhouse gas emission reductions approved by the Science-Based Targets, integrated with our sustainable governance initiatives. And besides this, our greenhouse gas emissions are also certified externally with all of the measurements and everything we declare, have external certifications with international levels. And here, we've already spoken about less than 4 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminum, which is valid for the production of our liquid aluminum that we produce at CBA. And when it comes to the products, besides Alenium, CBA is also just launching another initiative for clients and partners. So a digital passport with information on sustainability, technology based on trackability and blockchain. And that's what I was going to talk about before. Also, as you can see, per transformed processed products for extruded foils, and here you have the information also, generally speaking, with ESG management. The QR codes are also going to be available at the cocktail we'll have later on. And you can take a look at this also. This is going to be available for everyone. And here we also have the primary products, the ingots, the billets, and the metal-like billets. And so it's this stamp that not only certifies the fact that it's low carbon aluminum, but it also brings a lot of information regarding our management and our ESG footprint. And what CBA does. So this is a launch we're going to be working on today, and we're available to start working with all of you as you would like to use the stamp. You can count on our support, and this is what we wanted to launch today. We're very proud of this. Some companies in the market already launched this kind of stamps, and we recognize the importance of this because more and more society is asking to have more low carbon products, and companies are becoming more committed to reducing the carbon content of their products. And for this, you have to not only promise, but also demonstrate this through certifications and audited values as well, to kind of really set the path of what you're doing to reduce the carbon footprint. So we're really proud and honored to provide this to you with our guarantees certifying what our product represents. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Ricardo. Congratulations on the launch. And thank you to all of you for accompanying us throughout this valuable partnership session. And thank you to everyone here in person, but also our virtual audience that was super active and participative, sending in questions. It was a great honor to mediate this session and get to know a little more about the values, purposes, strategies, and projects developed by CBA. It's great to see how a company that's so big really takes care of customers with so much commitment and seriousness. So certainly this is a huge sign that the future is going to be very promising from now onwards. After all, if you have valuable partnerships like this, you are certainly on the right path. So we're ending the first broadcasting session of this event online. Thank you so much for participating. And for those of you who have participated remotely throughout this afternoon, I do hope you really enjoy all of the content that was shared here today. See you next time.